Begin in 1 minute. I will be right there. Good to see you, buddy, as always. All right, fellas, what is up? That is Alex Plox, one of our God Award tier members, with his song Off-Worlds. If you would like, his album is not out yet. He's also a member of a band called Circus in the Sea. I will put a link up to the YouTube video, and you can find all of Alex's stuff there. It is a great goddamn song. I hope you guys are all well. We are going to get started right now. Now, let me give you guys a heads up of what today is. I was going to do... Where am I? Where am I? Oh, there I am on the TV screen. We were going to do, or I was going to do, a more traditional Gabbing and Games today. I got all the topics lined up. And, you know, and look, if we get bored of talking politics, we'll dive into gameplay. Not a problem. But, I like politics. I like discussion. I like debate. And a couple of things we're sort of circling around. One is Cliff Bleszinski, our good pal Cliff, was talking about racism. I forget his exact tweet, but something going on. Oh, I know what it was. He's like, oh, I didn't know about a number of sort of things in Black history that, you know, I learned from things like Watchmen or things like that. And really important events, you know. And so that kicked off, as it is wont to do, a discussion on Twitter about people who either agree with Cliff or not. And I came out and agreed with Cliff. And then we started talking critical race theory, blah, 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 blah. Ricardo says, I'm way more interested in talking games. Most people are. This video will go off the main channel. It will go onto the Discord. This is absolutely not going to become a political channel. But every now and then, I like to trot out the old muscle. That makes a terrible metaphor. I like to trot it all out and talk political and discuss what's happening in the world. God, it's hot today, man. And that's what we're doing today. So if it's not your cup of tea, not a problem. And again, will it get heated? I don't fucking know. I always, you know, there's no hate speech here. I want everybody to be as kind to each other as they can. But yeah, these are important topics. So we're going to talk a little bit about the critical race theory first, because that's kind of what kicked all this off. And then we're going to talk. There's a guy, I don't know if he's going to call in. We were going to call in last night, but he made a video for myself and Colin Moriarty about Gamergate, which I know is also a contentious issue. And in that, I haven't watched it though. I told him, I said, look, I'm not going to watch it. I would rather, I would rather you just call in and let's talk about it, and I'll get your data fresh. So I hope he's going to call on. But anybody can call in, send the chats, whatever you want to do. I did see Biden's dog died, Ethan. Yes. Does that count as political discussion? Well, it's sad. Whatever side of the fence you're on, nobody likes to see the dogs go. Yeah, my second channel is active. That was a mistake. I'm just going to put this stuff on Discord, Itchy, because I just don't have time to make it come to life. Let me bring up some super chats we got before the show started, and then we will kick off the conversation about critical race theory. Jonathan Gonzalez, thank you, buddy. He says, you got to invite Colin, meaning Colin Moriarty. Colin has a standing offer to call in any goddamn time he wants. I would love to have Colin call in, but what I don't want to do is pressure the guy. We're not close enough to say Colin's a good friend of mine. I'd like to think we're closer than colleagues, but I don't feel comfortable just whenever there's a topic he might like pressuring the guy to come on the show. So he knows he can always call in and he will be welcomed here. And I think especially on the conversations like this, because, what I love about Colin is I don't agree with everything the guy says, but we can still have a nice cordial debate discussion and part his pals. So yes, Jonathan, thank you for the super chat. If he shows up, he shows up. I would love that. Solid Snake is money bags today. He says, here's a 10, here's a 20, here's a 10. That's $40 I'm going to use to go out and buy. I don't know what you can buy for $40 these days, but I'm going to do it. It all comes from Solid Snake. Thank you, sir. It's very generous, very kind. I appreciate it. He says, I am Solid Snake. Let the festivities begin. If Jaffe doesn't come out as black, he's racist. You mean like come out in blackface, which I would not do? Or I'll be honest. I did blackface once when I was like 14 in Alabama, and I went as Halloween as Aunt Jemima. And it was racist as fuck, but I didn't know any better. And I felt terrible after I realized, oh my God, because, I was in an all-white neighborhood. And I was like, oh, I'll do kind of the funny, the black voice that white people did in the South. And it wasn't mocking. It was, of course, mocking black people, but it wasn't like saying anything negative. I just thought she was a funny character. Well, of course she was a funny character because she was, a cartoon. She was meant to be over the top, but that's the only. So I did do blackface, and it was. I feel bad about it. It's terrible. How is it racist? But I'm not gonna. You really want me to tell you? Okay, we can discuss blackface a little bit later in the show. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring on Anthony. Now, I think this is the same guy because it's really. It is difficult because the YouTube names are different. Hello, Rathy, good sir. It is difficult because the YouTube names are different than the names on Discord. But I think Anthony has a show and a podcast called something like The Inside. I don't think it's called The Inside Mouth. I may be getting it wrong. The Independent Mouth. There you go. I think that's who you are, Anthony. And Anthony, I'm going to let him kick this off. He's going to tell us, I think, about critical race theory and his take on it. I'm almost certain I don't agree with him, but let's at least give him the opening statement. Anthony, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, buddy.
All right. This is Anthony of the Independent Mouth, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Would you like to be on video or do you just want to be on audio?
It don't matter, bro. You can put me on video.
All right. So I'm going to, if you basically put yourself on video, and then I'll bring you up on the show.
On the Discord channel, right?
Yes, please.
Okay.
There you go. Okay, so now let me. Can I move this window to that monitor? No, I cannot. But what I can do. Hang on. All right, here's where we go. I will bring this over here. And I will make this. I'm going to make the screen big, Anthony. Don't you worry about it, boy. It's going to be great.
I'm trying to change and get my background instead of having a damn green screen.
Everybody's got a green screen. I don't, but, I should get one. Where's my Discord channel? All right, here we go, folks. This is Anthony. If you want to send the link, I will put it up in the chat. This is Anthony from the Independent Mouth website. He's interviewed a bunch of big names. I have a feeling we're not going to agree on a lot, but that doesn't matter. That's Betty White, you old knuckleheads. That's not Anthony. Hang on. Why is Betty White up there? Is this what I'm looking for? Nope. Hang on, Anthony. I swear to God, I'm not drunk. There we go.
No problem.
There's Anthony at the top of the screen there. And I can see your chat, you guys. So even though it's not on screen, I can absolutely see it. Okay. Here we go. Anthony, we were talking earlier on the Twitter about the critical race theory. It sounded like we disagreed. Why don't you jump in and I'll give you the floor. And why don't you give me your take on what you think is problematic about critical race theory?
Yeah, man. Thank you for having me on. First, before I do that, I just want to let you know, it's not going to get heated and crazy. I can promise everybody that. That's not the intent of us having a conversation. And you and I met 4 years ago, I believe, at the Anaheim convention at the PlayStation Experience show. Actually, on the back of my monitor right here, I have a signed thing for you. You said, good luck with your games.
Oh, nice.
And
okay.
And so I wanted to tell you the reason why I keep chirping at you is because, first of all, you had my idol, Cliffy B, where after I had heart surgery and was given less than 48 hours to live, I went into wanting to build games. And because of Gears of War, saved me from a lot of hardship and a lot of things. And then you, on the other hand, of being out there and just being like a normal dude in the industry, man, was a big inspiration when I got into it. And I took a lot of stuff from our conversation and moved it over into other side businesses. So it's not going to get heated, man. I just wanted to actually have the conversation.
As long as it's honest and genuine, it doesn't heated is not bad.
Yeah, no.
I was raised in a family where discussion, debate is encouraged. I don't think of it as a bad thing. I love your fucking T-shirt. That's the best thing ever. Okay, so let us begin. Go. What do you think?
All right. So what I do on the Independent Mouth, and I've talked about the critical race theory, but what I do on the Independent Mouth, which is my podcast, is take everything that you hear from the right and the left and go straight down the middle, right? I've always believed, and like you said, brought up, have debate, get people on, let's talk about the issues and try and figure out how the hell we can fix this stuff. When you talk about critical race theory just on a surface, everybody's going to have this different definition, right? You hear it's because of white supremacy. You hear because it is, to empower black people. You hear this definition. You hear this definition. So first and foremost, can we get one clear definition so we can all work off of one baseline definition? Because critical race theory, I think, in the theory itself, every race, everything should have the history. We're America, right? And part of the tweet that was out there where people may have thought oh, that's going to be really chippy, was when you said, okay, how about this person? And I said, okay, well, isn't that the same, right? I can't even remember her name because it wasn't something that I was paying attention to on a regular basis. But when you said that, I looked it up, and then I turned around and I said, well, okay, so we all thought Columbus discovered America, then we find out it was somebody else, right? Mm-hmm. So I just attributed it to that. My problem with it is racism as a word is volatile, and it's used to bait people into bad conversations or to get things done, when in all reality, we should be talking about okay, how can we stop talking about it, right? Not get rid of it and never know about it and not learn about it, but the continuation of jabbing at people with it who aren't educated at some points, and then somebody comes up and brings somebody else and they can't give a response, and then they're baited, right?
Well,
and they're shamed.
Okay, well,
and
to be
I'm
fair,
not saying,
well, no, I mean, the only reason I brought her up is because, and so you guys know, we were discussing what is taught in schools, and you had mentioned to someone, I was sort of on the tweet, but it wasn't addressed to me, you had mentioned MLK, Malcolm X, Rosa Parks, as well, I did learn about Black history, and I said, well, yeah, but what about, and I forget, Claudette Cullum, I think her name was.
It was Colvin or Colvin.
And she's the first woman who actually gave up her seat on a bus and preceded Rosa Parks. And the reason that she was not put as the face of that movement was she got pregnant out of wedlock, and people thought her skin looked too light to represent the black race in order to be that beacon. Okay. Well, I didn't bring her up to bait you. I brought her up to prove a point, which is you were bringing up, look, I'm educated in black history because of MLK, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, and Rosa Parks. And I'm that therein lies the problem, which is we are not being taught, and it doesn't just mean about black history, but our country's education system is whitewashed. And it is done in such a way that critical race theory, and I've gone on record as saying I don't agree with all of the tenets of critical race theory, but the core idea that suggests that there is systemic racism in America that to this day still is creating quality of life issues and life or death issues for a number of people is a real thing. And to teach it, to let people know that our country, while built on wonderful ideals and wonderful theories and a wonderful constitution, is also built on genocide of the Native Americans. It's also built on slavery of the African Americans. And that persists today in all kinds of organizations, intentionally and subconsciously, in terms of legislation. And that is not, people look at critical race theory and go, they want to use it to divide us. And it's like, your idea, I think everybody agrees with, which is let's not have to have it be part of the conversation. But the way it's not part of the conversation is, if you've ever done any therapy, it's like if you have an issue with someone, most people who aren't healthy deal with the issue by brushing it under the carpet. And every time they see that person at Thanksgiving, it explodes into a big passive aggressive thing. And I'll never talk to that fucker again. And then a year later, they're back at Thanksgiving and it never ends. It just perpetuates, right? The way you actually make it a non-issue is you bring it up, you discuss it, you educate people about it, you mourn about it, you grieve about it. You don't have to feel guilty personally. People are so defensive, but you educate about it, and then we can heal and move on and put it behind us. But people to this day, they don't even want, and again, they act like we're talking about 3-year-olds. They don't want middle school kids and high school kids to understand a lot of the truth of the way America was founded and how that is perpetuated in the police organizations, prison systems, legal systems, real estate industries. All that stuff is still out there. Why would we not want to let people know that?
I think we can both agree. Like, I agree with you 1,000%, but I also think we can both agree that a lot has to do with government, right? Because when they get their hands in stuff, right, things always get messy. I don't care what side of the aisle that you're on, right? It gets messy, and things are used to push people in different directions. We've seen that, right? Regardless of whatever ideology that you want to follow, we understand, like, if you've ever done marketing or psychology, and yeah, if you've ever read my book, bro, I'll send you one for free, signed, and I'll definitely send you a copy. You could just send me a message and tell me where to put it. But it's called On Borrowed Time, The Reinvention of a Lost Soul. Bro, I was molested at 9 years old. Had a professional hockey career that got thrown out the window because I was given less than 48 hours to live. I grew up in New York. I grew up in New York City. My niece, who I took care of, is half Italian, half Mexican. My sister married a man, straight from Mexico.
Okay.
I grew up with nothing but, mixed races around, right? Like I come from an Italian family, right? So like on just a broader note, like, do we want to talk about the Mexicans, Native Americans, Irish, Italians that were slaves in a sense too? Like, I'm not downplaying it, because like, if anybody's ever heard me, like, I don't care if you have 3 eyes, 42 toes, and your skin's of all color. I don't give a shit, man. I really don't. Like, but that's me, and I understand. So when I say things for a reason, because I think people are very poorly educated as a society of what's actually happening, and they follow professional pontificators who have script writers. And so when you come out, like, I was never mad at anything that you said, right? Like, I sat there, I actually turned to my wife and I turned to my son, and I'm like, hey buddy, I'm going on, with David Jaffe. He's like, oh really? I've told him, like, so this is not fanboy nothing, man. This is like, I'm happy to have this conversation because I can actually have a conversation with another person and be like, holy shit, we actually solved something.
I don't think we're going to solve shit, but we can at least have a conversation.
No, but we're 2 white guys having a conversation about critical race theory, right? Trying to find a solution. That's an improvement compared to what you would see out there, what people are saying. Oh, nobody wants to hear about this. No, we all want to talk about it. The issue that I have, say, as a father, my kid's not brought up with knowing racism. He like, his best friend is black, of a single mother, and I treat that kid like my own son.
Okay.
His name is Malachi. I love him to death. So it's hard for me because I'm not in their shoes, man. So I can't even pretend to believe that I am and understand what they go through. Do I understand statistics? Do I understand that those things can also be manipulated and pushed for agendas? Yes. That's my problem with it. So when kids are going to school, I don't want my kids talking about politics in school the way I don't want my sports to talk about politics.
But
right?
Why is it political? Why is a history teacher going, when Columbus?
No, I don't think that's political. I'll jump in and say this. I don't think that's political. What I don't like is I don't feel teachers teach both sides of the coin or the entire platform.
Hang on. What is the side of the coin that says, let's just take Columbus, because it sounds like we absolutely agree on that. We can obviously move it to anything, but what is the other side of the coin where Columbus and the people who came over did not intentionally infect the Native Americans with smallpox in order to wipe them out? What is the opposite side of the coin that says that our country, up until yesterday, consistently kind of lies and cheats the indigenous population out of things that were promised to them?
That's only one, right? We've done that for years.
I know, but what is the opposite? When you say a teacher should teach the opposite, I'm down with that. But what is there a both sides?
No, with critical race theory, no. So with critical race theory, if I leave it to critical race theory, then I would say, I don't want a teacher. I want a teacher to say, okay, this is everything that happened. There are bad people and people did this, but we also know that there were really good people who really did this, right? And give both of those as a teacher, right? Because the kids should understand the entire picture as best as they possibly can without a bias from the teacher. That's all. Just saying. But when you have teachers...
I agree, but where are you getting evidence? You said you do believe in statistics, even though those can be manipulated. Where are you getting evidence that the vast majority of teachers who are engaged in teaching this stuff, or who want to teach this stuff, or anything over the history of your education or mine, are incapable? Is it incapable? Are not able to represent history without putting their thumb on the scale to such a degree that it ends up messing up the recipe?
I think the older that you get, you see that more. You see that more with colleges. You see that with I mean, more and more comes out, man. If you've ever listened to my podcast, I mean, there's troves of stuff where there's articles of things that took place at schools, right? Like, the thing that really bothered me as a father, because I wanted my kids to go back to school, mask or no mask, right? Like, I'm not a person who's going to go get vaccinated. Sorry if that pisses anybody off. I'm not a person who believed in certain things, and I have a mechanical heart valve. So I felt convicted enough with the information that I had, and I'm on blood thinners for the rest of my life. So, like, if coronavirus is going to kill anybody, it's going to kill me. Mm-hmm. And I'm not here to piss anybody off with that, but I'm just saying I felt very strongly and confident in the research that I've done, that I'm okay. So, with that being said, I feel very confident in research that I've done that I can turn around and say, the older that you get, they're swinging political biases, and kids are intentionally not taught both sides of the story depending on the professor that you get. And we're seeing teachers that are speaking out and saying, hey, I can offer this other side to that story.
Are you talking college, or are you talking public education? Because if you're talking college... that's an opt-in. If you want to go to
public education. Okay, so let me ask you this. Even just on another note, right? Do you want your kids at 3rd, 4th grade learning about, like, super sex stuff? Like oral sex and stuff.
What is super sex? Is that a thing? I want to be having.
I mean, oral sex. I mean, if you want to have it, you can have it, bro. I mean, that's fine.
Super sex. Okay, so
yeah.
Okay, so what 3rd grader? I don't think it's appropriate to be teaching 3rd graders about oral sex. No, but where are you seeing that as a real problem?
I'm just saying, from teachers, I've heard from LA County conversations that have gone on, right? So my son plays on a baseball team. I've spoken with numerous teachers that taught in LA County, where in young grades you're having these discussions, right? You're having race discussions. You're having discussions on race.
Okay, but you gotta. These are very separate things. I think most people would agree that, whether or not a 3rd grader
race at 4 years old. But Jaffe, hold on. Race. Why are we talking race when kids don't see that? That's a learned behavior. Racism. Well, like, your kids didn't come out. My kids didn't come out racist.
That's not necessarily...
You didn't come out racist.
That's not necessarily accurate, though, right? I mean, I think there is an evolutionary biological component to other people who don't look like you and your kind. Now, that is something as a civilization we are evolving out of, and we should. And little kids have no reason to do that. But there's the fact of the matter is that is a normal biological thing, a lot of people say, and it doesn't mean that should excuse any bad behavior. Of course it should, not in a civilized society. But the idea that kids don't see color, well, yeah, of course they do, and some kids are bothered by it and some kids are not. And hopefully, if they have good parents that guide them and go, yes, that person's skin is white and your skin is black, that doesn't mean they're bad. But
so exactly with what you just said, isn't that a benefit and a way to help exactly with what you said? Better education for parents or stabilizing the home. We could go into, millions of rabbit holes or side roads and go down and say, okay, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. But to save some of that banter, I guess I would just say, in all of those, it all comes down to better education, right? Better educating the home, having people understand, like, that person isn't calling you racist. They're just trying to understand who you are, right? And so we need to educate everybody as a whole that these people did go through all of this stuff. These other people went through all of this stuff. We need to understand that to grow from it.
Yeah.
But my issue would always come in with these young kids. I don't like that because that bothers me. To be honest, we're having super.
Okay, but let's make sure what you're talking about is factual enough on a frequency level that it is a problem. I mean, is there a teacher somewhere in Brentwood, California, who mentioned oral sex to their third grade class? I don't fucking know, but possibly, probably, maybe. But is there some sort of chronic issue of third graders, fifth graders, being taught about, cunnilingus? I don't think so. And if there is,
I don't think we can throw that with that broad of a brush, Jeffy. I think you know that as well. We can't.
Well, yeah, but you're the one who brought it up, though.
But if it's being done, right? If I can tell you confidently that I have spoken with them, then something's happened. So okay, I'm not saying like bang every bell and raise every alarm. I'm just saying, hey, that's a cause for, if that's happening in one place, right, that's planting a seed. I'm not saying that kids should not be educated. I'm just saying with some discernment with that, we have to look at that. I think bettering the education overall improves it for everybody.
I'll be honest with you. I don't think you're making a point at all. Because you say, you saying we have to improve education. Sure, of course we do. And let's talk about that. But you bringing up, it sounds like what you're doing, and I'm only stuck on it a little bit because I do find it a talking point of a lot of people that use it as a cudgel to try to silence progressive ideas being, children being exposed to progressive ideas, which is, if we have, if we let trans women in bathrooms, kids will be molested. If we teach critical race theory,
I think that's completely
to
unfair.
5-year-olds will learn to feel bad about themselves if they're black. I mean, it's like, I don't think you would find many people that are suggesting teaching critical race theory to grade school kids in a way that suggests anything other than, hey, maybe we can stop lying. Maybe in Virginia we can stop letting kids read textbooks that say the slaves in a lot of ways were happy being slaves. Maybe at the very least...
Oh, dude, I agree with you.
So maybe at the very least, in the grammar school level, we can say, look, let's just pull out the stuff that is factually incorrect, and let's save actually getting into some more, challenging, tragic history, whether it is Italian, Jewish, black, WASP, whatever.
Dude, I'm all for them changing the white history.
Right.
I'm all for fixing all of it. This is what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say, okay, so we got seeds planted, right? Now let's do what game designers do, right? Build a game design document. Let's really build out everything and see how it looks. Let's go live. Let's let this thing be ever living. We're working off of old ideals. But
that's what that's what critical race theory is. That's what the New York Times, what was it, the 17, I forget the date, project is, that they want to replace the teaching.
1776?
No. It's before that. They're basically saying the actual
1619.
Yes, that's right. The 1619 project, which is actually saying, look, that's where America really was formed, because that's when the first slaves arrived. And that's when the country started to build up. Again, agree or disagree, there are people out there suggesting we need to sort of get on the same script. And that's the whole point of this discussion. And there are people who don't want it. You literally had Donald Trump stand on stage last July 4th in front of Mount Rushmore and say, if I'm reelected, I want to teach patriotism in schools. And it's like, well, what the fuck does that even mean?
Yeah, so I think, all right, let me give this piece on it for patriotism, because I would consider myself a patriot. Okay. I don't believe in slavery. I don't believe in that we should be judgmental of other people for their colors. But once again, it's a human reaction, right? An emotion that happens. You may feel a certain way, right? Totally get that. Education improves that
Right.
and helps fix that for anything. So, but patriotism, I think it's seeing everything as one common goal, and that's what the flag represents. That to me, that's patriotism.
Okay, what is the common goal?
The common goal is freedom, right? Everyone should have freedom. Like, my body, my choice. I'm not against people who say that, but that needs to go for both sides of the coin for me, right? And that's what I always say. If you're going to say it's okay here, then it should be okay here. And that's not whether you're black, white, Republican, or Democrat. If we're going, we do things like, you know what I mean? This is why I said politics, and maybe this will help ease some sharp edges if anybody thinks in that term. But we tend to, like, you know, make a law and fix one thing here, keep this other thing broken so we can do whatever we want with it or mold it. And then it's like, until the point of where there's pure explosions, okay, now let's fix it. But we've had the capability to fix it the entire time, right?
No, we
and
have
that's
not
the thing that
we
bothers
have not
me.
had the capability to fix it because we're not really free. Like, if you really want to dig,
I agree with
if you
you.
want to dig under, if you want to dig under the floorboards, our laws and our politicians are bought and sold by the corporations because we are incapable of being educated enough to not be brainwashed and being into tribal factions. And in that,
why are you paying taxes?
Well,
why are you paying taxes when you're free?
Okay, but I mean, it's all sorts of things. But it's the fact that literally there are people who have to go on to social media to raise money for their child's operation because we have politicized healthcare. We have actually turned that into something that people fight over. And the very people who are making it something we fight over are people who have great healthcare. And guess who pays for it? We do. We're not free.
Bro, you're talking to the guy with the mechanical heart valve.
Right.
Like, I can tell you stories of what my parents had to go through for me to be here talking with you. And my father was a truck driver, bro. Like, he was not made of money. Like, I'll tell you this. For the surgeon, Dr. Argenziano, out of
the Connecticut,
New York City.
Argenzianos.
I don't know.
No, I'm kidding.
I don't know.
I'm kidding.
Maybe, right? You want to talk mob stuff? No, this dude was the best. He's out of Columbia Presbyterian out of New York City. That's where I had my open heart surgery. And he told my parents, and I say it actually in my book. He said, "I don't care what it costs." He goes, "I'm going to save this kid's life." Like, he didn't care, right? Because healthcare was being bitches on it, right? That's why I'm trying to tell you. Like, this has been going on for a long time. You're bringing up a topic to somebody who
I understand.
I go through it.
I understand,
you know?
but when you're saying about the flag, the fact that the flag represents that we're all free, it's like, that's the ideal, and I think that's wonderful. We should always fight and chase for the ideal, but we're not there yet. We're not there yet when you have the inequality that we have. We're not there yet when you have choices made hundreds of years ago, or even in post Civil War, which is hundreds of years ago, or even post 60s, that still permeate into things like black people's ability to buy a home, or people who are incarcerated at a per capita level that is drastically higher than Mexican people or white people, or when it comes to there's a number of inequalities that are not because you're racist today, but because these are things. I mean, if the very fact I got into a debate with somebody earlier today on Twitter about voting cards, voting IDs, right? And he says, I think voting IDs are good. And I said, I'll tell you what, I would be okay with voting ID, to have a card that you have to present to vote, if we as taxpayers paid for everybody's voter ID. You didn't have to leave your house to get a voter ID. You didn't have to be able to drive. You could get one any time of the week. You didn't have to leave work to get one. Like, all of the things that you have to jump through, if you're a white guy, or if you're an employed guy, or if you are educated at a certain level, and it's not a black thing, it is a class thing, but it is because it's a class thing, and predominantly in a lot of parts of the country where they vote Democrat or liberal or progressive, that class tends to be more often than not African American and Latino than it does white. Not always, not in certain states, but more often than not. And so, let's have voter ID. But the only reason they really want voter ID, because they can't actually point to any statistics about fraud that are meaningful, is because they know that it's going to be harder for low-income people, which usually translates in most parts of the country that vote Democratic as black, to get the voter ID. So let's all pay for it. It's important. Fair elections are important, so we should be able to raise our taxes for that. Let's not buy a couple more tanks. We don't really need them. Let's spend that money on voter IDs. Let's spend that money making it so. Do you know that Republicans have fought over and over and over to make it so we cannot have a national holiday to vote? So people basically.
Oh no. So I've said this for a long time. Like that should be literally 24 hours of like, you do nothing, but you're making critical decisions about this country,
and
right?
And it's a paid holiday and all of this stuff. But
so let me go back to something that you said though, because the ID thing, the healthcare, I think anything that a government wants you to have, they should supply it like your employer, right? If you're required to walk around with an ID, then it should be presented for you. Like that should be given to you, right? Yep. You should have healthcare. Everybody should have healthcare. To me, I say it as a U.S. citizen. Once again, I'm not trying to bash on people, but like if I go to France, if I go to Italy, if I go to Europe, I go to different places, I have to follow their rules, right? I have to go through a process to become a legal citizen there. So I agree. I am all about that. And because my family came off the ravioli boat, man, right? So they went through the process. I'm not talking like, nobody went through that and they didn't face any hardships. So I'm not saying I understand their hardships, but I understand that people go through hardships. So period on that. Now, I think there's a lot of things done, obviously, to cause conflict. This is why I do my podcast, right? So there's hot buttons, there's keywords, there's things like that. There are freedoms and things that we should be afforded, right? Like, I'm not saying that they need to just hand us out money, but we should have a better quality of life overall as a nation. We're in 2021. We're supposed to be the most sophisticated nation, right? According to everything. We should just be better. That doesn't mean I don't like who we are. That just means I have the aspirations of saying we have all of the benefits and ways to be better, and we choose to use the media or we choose to use other things to not solve the problems, but find money-making ways, for them or other people or rich people or corporations to take advantage of those people really trying to make it or have a better life. That bothers me, right? When we say we go by district, I've said it before, I'm independent. I voted for Trump in 2020. I didn't vote for him in 2016.
Okay.
I didn't believe in anybody in 2016.
So, I'm absolutely listening to you. I have the chat over here off screen. That's why I'm looking away. I'm not like...
I don't know which screen to look at because I pulled you up on YouTube and then I'm in the Discord one, so I'm just kind of flying on.
No, this is great. I always hate it because I have to look over there, and I would hate someone to think I'm not paying attention. It's just that's where the chat...
Oh, buddy, I do it. I get it. I do the interviews and, with people, so I completely understand.
All right.
But I think here's a part that, once again, as a person, man, have I not liked people for whatever reason? Sure. Do I honestly think that their religion or color of skin or sexual orientation? No. Like my cousin died of AIDS. He was gay. He was like, he hid it for so long, right? His own family, didn't want him in the family. Yeah. Right? The parents, like, we've gone through that, man. I've seen that, dude. Some people, if you go look at my Facebook page, one of my best friend, Ron, is a gay dude, bro. I hug him every time I go back there. Like, so when I'm saying things, just so people here who are watching, like, I'm really trying to be honest and transparent and have the conversation, but just because I have the balls to actually try and talk about it. And that's why I want to have these conversations. So when we start talking about afforded, like, this country should be better, dude. Like, from everything that we know that has taken place, I agree with everybody 100%. But my issue comes in is, then let's just fix everything, right? Like, let's all just then say, you know what? Instead of fighting over this, and this, and I know it's very generic, and I know it's one of those things where people go, you know what? We're not doing that. But it's generic. Let's pick a path.
But but it's naive what you're saying. I mean, at the end of the day, it's noble. But what do you mean fix everything? How do you even get people to agree on what needs to be fixed? You literally have people...
Immediately start changing things.
How?
So you're telling me if we immediately started... Look, we did Juneteenth, which we have for, freedom. This is what we're saying. We still have 4th of July. We have Juneteenth. Good. That's an amazing step. Okay, you know what? We got momentum on this right now. Let's now change the next thing. Let's really change something with prison reform besides what Trump had done, besides some of the changes that went in there, and some of the benefits that are coming from it.
Let's take this. So June what is it? Juneteenth is irrelevant.
Juneteenth.
It is irrelevant. Juneteenth right now can go suck my dick. Okay, and let me tell you why. It's performative. Okay, as much as it's important, and it is important, do you know what people should care about right now? They should care about the fact that we are about to lose a fight in Congress to uphold voters' rights. We are about to make gerrymandering worse. We are about to require voter IDs. We are about to allow all of these awful policies that have happened all over the country, where you can't wait in line a certain amount of time, where voting has been restricted. You can't have water in line. You can't have food in line. All of these policies that have been enacted to disenfranchise poor people, black people.
We should be looking forward to vote.
Well, no. Wait a second, though. That is up for a vote soon. The Democrats won't even demand we change the filibuster rules. So the Democrats are basically saying we have to get 60 votes in order to enact something that will make voting fair for Americans and keep voting fairer for Americans. Juneteenth, fuck Juneteenth. That's performative. I mean, I'm not saying it's not an important thing to celebrate, but we'll be free.
Agreed.
The American people, and certainly African American people, will be free or more free, not when they're getting a day off for Juneteenth, but when they don't have to basically risk their job to go vote. Or they don't have to basically not vote because the Republicans have gone out of their way to make it hard to make it vote. People are like, well, voter ID, it's fraud. Well, we just said, let's fix it. That's something we could fix. Let's let people vote on Sundays. Let's let people get a voter ID that the taxpayers pay for, so everyone gets one and there's no effort to get one.
It's broken on purpose. You know that, and I know that.
Right.
It's broken on purpose.
That's right. But what I'm saying to you is when you say, hey, we did Juneteenth, let's do the next thing. The problem is the system is so corrupt and it is so rotten that the older I get, the more I go, the only real solve is revolution. And I don't want that. I don't want to see that. But the problem with the system is that we are basically mind controlled by both parties, and both parties are controlled by capitalism that is unregulated, and all they want is to indoctrinate us and sell shit to us, and they don't give a fuck. And ultimately, historically, when that has been the case, what has occurred is revolution. In that, all you do is end up with another country that eventually that becomes corrupt. So it sure would be nice if we could evolve ourselves intellectually to a solution to this. That's always going to happen if we don't. That's what I would say.
But I think, but that's what I'm saying to you, right? Like, so when I say, like, okay, let's take this and work with it, right? Like, what's it for people to stand up and be like, fuck this, we're gonna fix racism right now. This entire year, everything that we do, and I understand there's other things going on. I totally get that, but I firmly believe that the numbers would be there for the American people to turn around and say, hey, we really want to fix racism. Let's do it right now. Like, if somebody actually asked that question and said, we're going to amend laws and we're going to go through this right now, and we're going to make sure that from top to bottom, we are absolutely adhering to the Constitution and the Bill of Rights of every man's free, right? Like, everyone has the same opportunities. It is a level playing field for everybody. There's nothing stopping them from doing that. You understand that? So where I understand,
I don't understand that. I think that's joyfully, wonderfully, optimistically naive. It would be like going to a group of starving people and go, let's fix this. You starving people, you should eat. It's like, yeah, everything you're saying, of course.
No, we're not talking about that. We're not talking about that. I'm saying to you,
you're proposing a solve to getting to Mars by getting a spaceship, and if we blow on it hard enough, maybe it'll reach Mars. It doesn't make any logical sense because the system is set up.
So then what's your solution? Then what's your solution if it's so broken, which we agree on?
Yeah,
we agree on, and then you're saying that there's. The only way to it is revolution, which what I'm telling you is revolution can actually be different ways. Revolution doesn't have to mean blood in the streets, everybody's dead, and we're taking everything by complete force. It could be educational. And a revolution can also be cerebral, where people stand up and vote, and they show up at schools, and they show up at town halls, and they show up and they say, we want to fix this now. That causes the pressure. But people have not... Look, we're in a lot of positions that we are because people did not pay attention forever. All they focused on was the presidency and never paid attention to their local towns, their cities, their states, all the local level stuff, which helps shape it because they don't actually understand how the fuck government works.
Yeah, but you're not really saying anything. Right, you're hitting me with talking points.
I'm sorry you feel that way, but I'm giving you a talking point to a piece of exactly what I'm.
But you're not. Basically, you're talking about.
Okay, so if I go to my town hall and we start fixing city X in state B, and we're fixing that. So what do you think? Say an example,
Let's
Florida.
Just take that example. How are you going to
Florida's an example. They're doing the exact same things. They're going at local levels. And because Florida feels a certain way about gun law or what they should be teaching in schools, or there should be a Pledge of Allegiance or prayer option for anybody, not just Catholic, anybody, okay? That's what I'm saying. So they're actually an example in that sense. That's the clearest cut example that I can give you. They're making those changes in that state. Whether you agree with them or not, those people are coming together and voting at a local level to make changes. And then it makes its way to the governor, which then makes the big news, right? It makes the national news because it's going to the government aspect of it. Then enough places are doing that, enough people come together, education, we're not fighting, we're having conversations the way you and I are right now at local levels all around the country. That is not impossible. That is not a pipe dream. That is actually what we should be doing.
Again,
as a society.
The more it doesn't bother me. I appreciate passion. The louder you get doesn't buttress the argument, though. The fact.
No. I know. I'm just really loud.
I don't mind it. I'm loud. No. You don't have to apologize. I'm the same. I'm just saying that there's nothing. What you're saying though isn't backed up by repeatable. So let's take your idea of let's get everyone into city halls and all this stuff. Okay. How do we get enough people? You literally can't get America right now to agree that at the appropriate age in public schools, we should teach the accurate history of America. You literally can't get them to say, let's teach the facts. You literally, in America right now, literally have people who think the reason athletes knelt during the Pledge of Allegiance was because they were opposed to the American military. You literally have people in America.
No, that's stupid.
I know.
No, that's stupid.
Of course it's stupid. But that's what my point is.
But I'm agreeing with you, so I'm just bringing a different side to this and saying that...
I know, but you're not solving the problem because the problem is all the...
Okay, let me ask you this.
No, I'm going to finish my statement. The problem is, and this is what you're not bringing up and why I call it naive. The problem is you are not addressing the fact that there are people out there that have a vested interest in not solving these problems. And in that, they divide the country... They make their money, and we're talking Fox News, we're talking MSNBC, we're talking politicians.
I already agree with you on that.
I already
agree. I've agreed with you that on multiple times.
I assure you, you're not listening to what I'm saying. I assure you. Because what I am saying is, I'm not saying you don't agree those things exist. What I'm saying is, those things are like the Death Star and Darth Vader standing in your way to the world peace that you're proposing we achieve. And what I'm saying is, unless you can propose, how do we actually educate Americans in a practical way that will get, like you're talking about all these local level things. These are the same local level things that have voted.
No, we got to fight media too.
Yeah, but these are the same local level laws recently that have kicked out all these voter rights, like in the Georgia voting law that just got kicked off that says you can't give people food in line. Well, that was a local level. Everybody was convinced that, we're doing this for freedom. We don't want anybody coming in and fucking up our elections. And every time somebody asks in the media, they ask Trump or whoever, can you please point to voter fraud in the election? It was thrown out of court multiple times. And yet you still have people.
You know why it was thrown out of court?
Yes.
On merit though? So let me
Yes, I do know why it was thrown out of court. Because when they literally asked the lawyers representing Trump or his party, hey, okay, well, you need to provide evidence now. Show us something that you can admit into evidence. They wouldn't do it because it was performative, because they knew they would have a problem with their own reputation and maybe even being disbarred as lawyers if they actually committed fraud and presented evidence that they knew would be false. There was no evidence of voter fraud that was meaningful enough to say, yeah, go ahead.
I agree with you that the amount of evidence that they could show at that point in time would not be extremely conclusive, which is why they would not throw it out, which was why, I'm sorry, they would not review it, and they would actually throw it out because they would say that it wouldn't have the merits as to be able to uphold a complete investigation. But if you are now, we're 8 months removed, say, from said election, and if you're paying attention to Maricopa County and chain of custody and all of the different terminology, you can go to my podcast, The Independent Mouth, and you can go listen to that. I don't want to go and rehash hours of topics that I've discussed, but you're more than welcome to listen to it. I'll tell you this. They have found significant evidence. There's evidence in the code, which I said right as the election was taking place, why it's not fair in the code and easily manipulated. And the numbers and statistics in the actual code, in the actual code, that's in there. So let me back up first, and let me explain to you this. 60%, so if we just talk about CNN, when you talked about how do we fix this, you're not answering this, Anthony, because all these people to a local level. Let me address the media issue.
Well, can I address your voter
Over
fraud?
40%.
I have a quick voter fraud question first.
Go ahead.
So you're suggesting to me that the Democrats had the ability to rig the election by messing with the code in the voting machines?
I think all politicians had the ability, and it's been going on for years. Okay. And I don't think it is a Democrat or Republican issue. I think it is a power issue. It is not do you think that Republicans didn't, like when Bush won against Gore?
Okay, but in this,
it came down to these little things like, come on, dude, like that's.
I know, but in this case, who is at fault for rigging the election?
In this case, what I firmly believe, I think there were manipulated ballots. I think the more that you find out from the information I've done, and by the way, I interviewed with Project Veritas for marketing.
Great.
So whatever you think of them or not, my information was valid enough to
fine. But what do you think?
Have significant? Okay, so I think it was rigged for Biden. Absolutely, hands down.
So do you think the people
statistically?
Okay, do you think the people who rigged it for Biden were morons?
I don't think they rigged it for Biden. I think they rigged it for power. So I just think it was a grab power.
So why in the world, if that was the case, it's the same question I asked 9/11 truthers when I say, if this was all about going to war with Iraq, why were Saudi Arabians on the plane? Why did they never say Iraqis flew the planes into the buildings, right? If Biden, hang on, if Biden rigged the election, or if Biden's people rigged it for Biden, or whoever rigged it, they rigged it for Biden, why, if it's easy enough to rig a presidential election, why in the fuck would they give us not filibuster proof in the Senate? There were a number of Senate races that were lost that could have given the Democrats 60 seats to allow them to get the 60 votes and not even have to worry about the filibuster. So if they're going to literally
optics
steal...
is important, isn't it?
Optics is important, sure, but when you actually have a government system that says if you don't have a supermajority, you don't get anything done, then the only optics is Biden won, but he's not going to have any power. So what was the point?
Didn't we kind of go over this? So, kind of what you said earlier, if I'm not mistaken, right? Is that they're all corrupt, right? They're all going for power. They're all going with big corporations, everything else. So like, isn't it just a shred possible that why fix things, right? We've already talked about that when we can continue playing around with the broken pieces. Right, and it's ways to make money until something else comes up.
Is that possible? Sure. Is it more possible that the election wasn't rigged? Because if it was, you would actually go for the actual power, which is having the power of the people who make the laws?
How many times have we had all Democratic or all Republican control of everything and still nothing got done? Like a lot of times.
Right, because of the majority, because the supermajority that right now is up for a vote and is probably going to lose because the Democrats aren't strong enough to say, let's get rid of the need to have more than 50 votes, which is absurd.
Okay, but is that today or is that
That's
the
been
last 20 years
that's
of
been
saying
going
something
on.
on Tuesday and a different thing on Thursday, right? And so public confidence in politicians in general are, so you're going to tell me that everything that every politician, like there's very few that you could look back and be like, okay, yeah, like he did say that then and he stuck with it. They all flip-flop. Like we've already agreed on this. So everything that you and I are going to go back, what I feel like is everything that you and I are going to go back and forth on with that will be taking both sides to those stories, right? Where, like I said, you said, hey, you can't fix things on a local level. Like they can, and they're trying to, and that's honestly where it's supposed to start. Like that is the whole basis of the Constitution of freedom, is go from local levels and build up. Each state can be what they were. Now, like here's the part that concerns me no matter what, right? Like, what are you going to have then? Like, if that's the case, are we just going to have states where like conservatives can't go, right? And then states where like, Democrats can't go, or like only white people are in this state? You know what I mean? Like that blows my mind that could actually be something that takes place, right? Like that's a scary thought. Like a really scary thought. Like everything gets so divided that we're at that point where people are like, Colorado's the home of white people. You know what I mean? Like, or something like. It blows my mind, man, that we could actually even think that could possibly happen, instead of it being, right, we want to talk Candyland, everybody's working together, to have the best life and vote on things, and hey, sometimes you lose one and sometimes you win one, and this and that. Like, dude, it is broken intentionally. So we have to argue. I feel like there has to be arguments, and then there has to be discussions. And you can't always just have a discussion without having a full-blown argument so that people can truly see the emotions behind what somebody feels. A lot of people put on fake faces. If things are just said across social media in general, which I don't care if you truly believe in censoring or not, platform versus publisher is a real thing. And when we start talking about swaying people's votes and emotions on a level of a societal scale, if you want to talk media, social media is that in itself. So when you have professional pontificators or influencers using their platforms, maybe being influenced by somebody else. Now, if it's just them, own it. But the issue is that you can't trust even the most honest-looking human. You're still doubting whether or not you can trust that they're not being paid for something that they say. That's my issue. It will always be my issue because that trust has been so damaged. There was a time where I grew up in the 80s. I'm not saying that whole, I'm really happy it is not exactly like the 80s, like where you had to grow up with this machismo thing, right? And that was like,
I can't listen anymore. I'm so sorry. It's just on and on and on and on and on, and you're not getting to a point. You're giving talking points. You're giving a speech. And that's great. I get it. It's fun and it sounds good and it sounds like people on TV. But end of the day, you're not actually offering anything specific, because what I'm asking you is at the local level, when you have these laws that have been passed in Florida and Georgia, these laws that have basically made voting harder for people, intentionally harder for people, that's what's happening at the local level as well. So you just saying we have to start at the local level is not addressing the fact that you have a great deal of ignorance and tribalism out there that is basically funded by the capitalist system that is so unregulated that these media companies can go on and say whatever the fuck they want and influence people as long as they keep contributing to the politicians' pocketbooks so they stay in office. That is the problem. If you can't solve that, everything else is just a speech.
So once again, this goes back to what I said in the beginning. Then as a nation, right, what stops us from walking up and saying we want to address everything voting?
The lack
right
of education now. And the fact that most people are on a treadmill because they have been brainwashed to think they need the car and the house and both parents are working, and everything has basically been taken over by marketing telling us what we need to be happy. And even though I think religion is horseshit, at least for a while it held people together at a level that said maybe there's something else that can make us happy, although I'm glad it's dying because it was bullshit. But that said, though, ultimately we are in a place right now that we're not educated, and it's not because we're stupid, it's not because we're mean, it's because we're not educated, because We're too busy being the rats in the maze that the corporations want us to be in order to keep making money to buy their stupid fucking shit. That's why.
I'm not saying that I disagree with you. So once again, it's not pontificating. It is my question that I would ask you then. Okay, so if we're saying freedom, now we're addressing things to freedom, right? Because if the freedom for those people to go there and vote for something that they want in their local town, that's not okay. But freedom is okay. So freedom is only okay based on a perception and not the action that it's actually freedom, right? Because freedom means I get to go vote. The whole purpose of voting was freedom to give your thoughts. I believe in this. And everybody votes to come to an answer on something, whatever topic it is, right?
Yeah.
Okay. That's freedom. That's part of freedom.
That's right.
So voting is part of freedom.
Yeah.
So I don't see where there's something wrong then if a town votes for it, and that's what the town as a collective group does. They vote for something. That's their right. That's freedom. Now you talk about, as we said before, freedoms of health, health insurance and IDs and those kinds of things, like quality life type of things, I think are, and I understand that voting for things will vote for quality of life things, but I mean, like, how much are we going to dissect freedom? Then what is freedom? To me, freedom is I get to vote for things because that's how we make changes as a community. My freedom is if I don't like what that community has, I get to move. Now we can have the argument of like, okay, people aren't making enough money, so it's harder for people to move, or they've been held down. I agree with all of that, but I'll just stick on freedom. So then what's freedom? My freedom is I get to vote for things and do that. And then if I don't like those things, my freedom is I can talk about it. I can disagree with it. I can agree with it. I can move to another state. I can move to another town.
Yeah.
I have the freedom.
Okay. Yep, I got it. And?
So that's my point. So I'm trying to grasp then, because as I'm hearing it, that I'm not making any points, but I'm giving you points that are sidebars to the topic that you're talking about, because that's how I see it.
Okay, but you're not giving any points regarding practically how we fix, like yes, you can go down and vote, but if your vote is basically created by a media corporation, whether it's Fox or MSNBC or whoever, in order to continue to allow them to make the kind of money that they want to make and have the kind of lack of necessity to pay taxes that we as a country need to function, then ultimately, because they have the bully pulpit, they have the megaphones, they have the TV stations, they have the radio stations, they have all of this shit, then ultimately the freedom is not really free. It's you exercising an illusion of freedom, but you've basically been given talking points by your left or right masters because we have not done a good enough job actually waking people up to the fact that we are in a political matrix. We are living in a fantasy world when you have people...
Dude, we agree 1,000%.
Okay, yes.
I agree with you 1,000%.
But what we don't agree, though, is it can't be fixed by voting. Voting right now, it can be fixed by educated voting. But when you've got people literally saying that there is no problem to having a voter ID card, when you have people literally defending the position that there is no problem saying that you shouldn't be able to vote on Sundays, and they know good and well that a lot of people who aren't wealthy can only vote when they're not working, and you're acting like that is an educated view, I'm sorry, that's a manipulated view, and we should be educated better. I'm going to give you the last word. I'll give you the last word. I got a bunch of other calls I'm going to bring in, but first off, can you tell everybody, and I'll put it in the link, how they can find your podcast? It's called The Inside Voice?
No.
The Independent Voice.
No, it's The Independent Mouth.
Independent Mouth. Where'd you go? All right. He went away. He'll come back. But it's called The Independent Mouth. I will put a link down below. I do want to bring in some other calls, and I want to get to some super chats. I do appreciate you coming on, Independent Mouth. I don't agree with you on a lot of things. I certainly would love to talk to you about your not getting vaccinated, because I certainly don't agree with that either. But it's okay. You seem like a nice guy. I appreciate you being on. Call back anytime. We don't have to agree on things to get along. And so let me get some of these super chats real quick, and then I will get to some more calls. But thank you, buddy. I appreciate it for you coming on. Okay. Turbo Bastard says racism is an economic problem. Almost all social problems can't even begin to be solved until we completely abolish poverty for everyone. Turbo Bastard, I agree to some extent. It's certainly a class problem. It's certainly a poverty problem, but it's kind of one hand shakes the other, you know, in that a lot of the poverty is driven by policy that is fundamentally racist. So which comes first, the chicken or the egg? Obviously the egg, but you know what I'm saying. But I appreciate your point of view. Turbo Bastard again drops in, we have to somehow get away from a monetary system or revolution is inevitable. It wasn't possible before, but with technology it now is. I'm not sure that sounds great. I'm not sure exactly what you mean, though, Turbo. Can you hit me up with more details? Turbo Bastard says, read the book, The New Human Rights Movement by Peter Joseph. Possibly the most important book that exists right now. Where's my phone? I will tell Siri. Let's see if she's around. Hey, Siri. Oh, there she is. Remind me to get The New Human Rights Movement.
Okay. Add it to reminders.
No. Remind me to get The New Human Rights Movement book.
Okay. Added.
Thank you, buddy. Thank you for the recommend. Magello says, Jaffe, I love you have different voices on the show, but this is getting ridiculous. Look, it's really tough because, you know, I know. I know some people are just like, oh my God, move on. We get it. I hear you. That's why I don't do these political shows very often, because sometimes it's hard when you're in the middle of the conversation to know if you are going in sort of circles. So, all right, let me bring on some calls now. I will bring on Michael, who's on the East Coast. He wants to talk Gamergate. We will switch topics in a minute to Gamergate, but let me get through some of the political calls first. I will keep these faster. Okay, so let's bring on Anari. Oh, that's my fault. Hang on, Anari. Okay. Anari, it's Jaffe. Go. What's up, buddy? Thanks for waiting.
Hey, yeah, this is about the critical race theory. Hold on, isn't mute? Yeah, no, I just want to echo.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, I think the main issue I've been having with the framing of the issue of critical race theory is the fact that I think, and I think this was brought up earlier, there is a big separation between like how critical race theory is being described by like people promoting it.
That's right.
And like what it actually is. I think that I do think there is a level of dishonesty here, because critical race theory is a theory. It's not just about like teaching a historical truth or teaching what, you know, what happened. It's about casting it under a certain light and painting a certain picture using that. It's not just it's called critical race theory for a reason, right? It's a theory. And like talking about, I agree, like I think talking about more historical events is good. We should be educating people, but the issue is the commentary and what is being, you know, what like the stuff surrounding the issues and how they're being framed, right?
Well, I mean, the issue is it's being used as a wedge issue, as, you know, politicians tend to do. But you're absolutely right. A lot of people, I mean, I literally gave people chance after chance after chance, not that they need me to allow them the chance, but when they would come at me today about critical race theory, I would literally say, can you please be specific about the part of critical race theory that you find problematic to educate people on? Because I've said I don't always agree with everything in critical race theory, but there's a lot of it I do agree on. And all they would do is they would link me to videos of like, look at this black guy who more often than not was, you know, Candace Owens' brother, but that shouldn't matter. Look at this black guy who says critical race theory is awful. I'm like, it's irrelevant. Tell me
I think you misunderstood what I'm saying is that like critical race theory is not just about the historical. It's not really even about the historical facts. It's a theory. So it's about like what is the purpose behind not just presenting these facts, but the light they're presented in, right? So it's
I still don't understand what you're talking about. Basically, let's cut to the chase. The thing parents seem to be upset about is when they hear critical race theory, they think that their kids, which again, I think anything taught under 7th grade really just needs to be making sure we're not teaching lies. But once you get into 7th grade, they're worried that their kids are going to start to be taught about the systemic racism in America. I mean, ultimately, that's what they're worried about for some reason.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's not just that specifically, but that is definitely a really big part of it. It's about the systemic racism, and also what does that say about the individuals. What does that say about the students? What does that say about race?
What do you mean? What do you mean? What does it say? It says that.
Well, like, do white kids or do white people today share in responsibility of what has happened in the past, and that is the issue of like how it's being framed, or is there like a reason to dislike or to have an issue with white people nowadays as a result of how it's cast? Because the way critical race theory does cast a lot of issues is it's as if like white people and like colonialism is like the problem for everything, and that every single thing that ever happened under colonialism is just bad. It's all bad, and that like it is a very like it's not a very nuanced way of viewing history in general, I would even argue.
But it's an accurate way. If you're basically teaching that the racism runs through a large percentage of problems that affect Black Americans, whether you're talking about single parents, whether you're talking about incarceration, whether you're talking about real estate, all of these things can be traced back to after the Civil War was won, and we're like, oh, racism is solved. Okay? The police fundamentally were founded to be slave catchers. I'm not saying they are.
That's true.
I'm not saying they are today, but I'm saying that to teach children that genocide of the Native Americans and slavery of the African Americans somehow is just our hands are clean in terms of fundamentally sort of the collective id of the country, and it still doesn't have ramifications today. I think that is irresponsible. And the only reason a lot of people don't want to talk about it is they're like, I don't want to feel guilty, or I don't want my kids to feel guilty. It's like no one's asking your kids to feel guilty. People come at me and they say things like, oh well, you don't like your race, or you don't like that your whiteness. And I'm just like, that has nothing to do with it. I don't feel guilty for slavery. I feel bad about it, but I also I cannot feel like I don't go around going, oh my God, I enslaved people. Of course I didn't. But have I benefited from being a white guy in America? You goddamn right I have. It doesn't mean white guys in America haven't suffered, but you goddamn right that there are advantages to being white in this country that have everything to do with how this country was founded that are still being perpetuated to this day. And that is all people want to teach. Why would you not want to teach that?
No, that's not. First of all, like, you're assuming that every single way critical race theory is presenting history is accurate, when that's just not true. There are many parts of critical race theory that, if you actually look at history, they completely conflict with like an actual nuanced view of history. Like, for example,
give me an example.
The context of whiteness, right, is under the assumption that Irish people, or that there were certain groups of people that are considered white today, and there are some, but like that every single group, or that there are many groups like Italians and Irish that were not considered white, and that whiteness is this kind of idea. It's a race founded on excluding people. It's about who is not white. It's not about who is white. But the thing is if you actually look at laws from the past that pertain to race, such as like anti-race mixing laws and various other things, Irish people and all these people that they said weren't white at the time basically were treated under the law exactly like white people. Like, they were basically functionally white the exact same way. So this idea of being white is completely new is just not true. There's been this conception of like European and white for hundreds of years, before, and it's not just defined to exclude other people.
I don't know what you're talking about. Explain to me how Italians who came over that were treated like white people. What does that have to do?
Because the idea of white, if you look at critical race theory, an integral part of critical race theory, you've heard people use the term whiteness before, right?
Whiteness? I have not, no.
Well, that is an integral part of critical race theory, and it's the idea that white people, or that the idea of white as an identity is defined. It's not defined in isolation. It's defined against other people. So it's not about who is white. It's about who's not white. So it's the idea that as people, as groups come to America, they're not considered white.
You mean white privilege? It's the same thing. Okay, I understand.
No, white privilege is I'm sorry. I don't want to get too much into the.
Well, no, get into the nitty gritty, because what you're basically
white privilege
saying
is the privilege associated with being included in what is considered white, but it's not. it's not the same. It's two separate things, but they're related.
No,
My point, though,
but what I'm saying is, if you say whiteness is basically anything that is not white, and the default is white, the neutral point is white, is what you're saying. That is white privilege.
No, I'm saying that the identity, like what makes somebody white, is not about what they are; it's about what they're not. Is basically what I'm saying.
Okay, but okay, yeah, okay.
So I'm just saying it's an identity, like what a lot of people and proponents of critical race theory believe is that the white identity is founded on basically excluding people, which is not necessarily true because it's always being.
But what do you think is going to be taught in school to 8th graders that is bad? Just give me. That.
I actually know because where I come from, like in Canada, they actually do teach this stuff already, and they do teach you.
Okay,
that,
so
like,
give me the.
Well, white people today share responsibility for the issues of the past, and that the vast majority of issues, if not all of them, related to world events, can be blamed somehow on white people. Like that's basically. Which is not nuanced at all.
Can you show me where that is in the curriculum?
I mean, when there's like the casting of, for example, the issue of slavery, right? They talk about slavery and how it was this like institution built only, and it was all about white people enslaving black people. But what they don't teach is that I think like 90% of slave catchers, like the vast majority of people catching the slaves, were black people, and they bought them from other black people who sold their own people,
so what?
Or their enemies to slaves.
What is that?
My point is that why, like, they're omitting that fact. My point is that there is relevant information that is being omitted that would change the way the issue is framed.
Why would that change the way the issue is framed? I mean, look, I don't think anybody would agree that they should omit information at the appropriate age.
Well, because it shows that these issues are not as black and white as white people are bad, white people do bad things. It's people in general who are in positions of power abuse that power and take advantage of people and people's, and my point is that reframes the issue because you realize that no, it's not just white people. There are many different groups of people that engage in very horrible things.
That's right, but so what? It's just white people are. As a white guy, although people will tell you I'm not white, but as a white guy or someone who's lived his life thinking he's white and I pass as white, I will tell you that white people are some of the biggest fucking babies when it comes to this topic. It's like we didn't do anything wrong. We don't want to feel guilty. We shouldn't have to feel that only white people are bad. Nobody is saying that. Or if they
actually, yeah, they kind of are. Because like if you look at other countries, right?
No, I'm looking at America and critical race theory. The fact is, if you teach critical race theory in American schools, the fact is, yes, you can also teach that there are black people that were slaves.
No, that's not what is being taught. My issue is that
it's not being taught at all right now. That's why it's being debated in America.
No, it is. I mean, slavery is generally taught, right?
Slavery is taught, but it's not taught in the actual way it should be taught. It's not taught accurately.
So what is the issue with the way slavery is currently being taught? Like,
okay.
I'm not.
You have the far end of the spectrum, which is like in West Virginia, they literally still have textbooks that were recently, I believe, voted to stay in the curriculum that teach grade school kids that a lot of slaves were actually happy being slaves. Okay, so that
should be gotten rid of.
That's the worst. And on the less, at least visually problematic side, you teach that basically slavery ended and racism ended, if not at the end of the Civil War when the Civil Rights Act passed. But what you don't teach is how those effects of slavery and genocide still today create an unfair playing field. It doesn't mean...
the issue is that kind of goes against what the purpose of school is, right? The purpose of school isn't to tell you what you're supposed to think. It's not supposed to tell you, think this is the answer to this. It's supposed to tell you the relevant facts, just the facts, and you're supposed to figure that out on your own, right?
Okay, so fine. So if the if schools taught this fact, in 1930, the Social Security Act was founded. That's okay to teach about Social Security, right?
Sure.
Is it okay to teach that 2/3 of black Americans were left out of Social Security when it was founded? And that...
Oh, yeah, sure.
Okay, and in that, there are ramifications, or this was the result of that. You can say it's good or bad, but you can. Is it okay to teach that Black Americans in a neighborhood would bring down the value of homes according to banks, and so Black people couldn't get loans to buy their homes, which is one of the reasons that today you see a lot of Black people not living in the nicer areas? Is that okay to teach? Because that's factual.
Well, the issue with that is it offers like you're not offering more than just facts. You're saying that the issues today, because that was banned, right? That was like that happened for a little while, but like,
it was banned. But the ramifications, the reason that yes, you can say that the cocaine and crack discrepancies in sentencing has been banned, yes. But what hasn't been banned are the ramifications for all of these Black fathers that were in prison that weren't around to raise their kids. So now you've got all these white people who are racist going, well, it's because they come from broken homes and the dads just leave. A lot of the dads were in jail for the last 20, 30 years because they did the same drugs. Yes, a lot of the ones that were doing crack cocaine were put in jail. Of course they were.
But like if you're living in a maybe this is like just the way I personally think, but I think if you are raising a child, right?
Yep.
If you are a father and you know that doing something like drugs could have you taken away from your kids, why would you choose? Like, I'm not saying that like the laws were necessarily just at that time. I'm just saying that when you're weighing the pros and cons, like you have to think about like where does the responsibility of the individual come in when it comes to these decisions? Because at the end of the day, they can't send you to jail for doing nothing. I mean, they have done that before to people. I'm not saying that never happens, but it's very rare.
Okay, but the fact that a Black man has to be more careful about his drug habit than a white man, isn't that fundamentally part of the problem?
Well, I don't think it's fair, but like things are now. I know saying life isn't fair is a very cold way to say it, but that's kind of true. Like people in general, everybody in society, for any number of reasons, is not treated exactly the same. We don't have the same standard for everyone across the board all the time.
That's right, but everybody who has Black skin in America or who has white skin in America has a different starting point. Is all I'm saying.
Not always.
Sure, it's necessarily true. It's absolutely true. It does not mean, and this is what a lot of people don't understand. Nobody is saying that a Black person can't, or a white person, or a Mexican person, or a Jewish person. Everybody, yes, has the opportunity to build an amazing life for themselves. No one's denying that. American propaganda PR. It is actually true. It also happens to be PR and propaganda, but it also happens to be true. Okay, no one's denying that. But to suggest that Black people have it just as easy as white people and don't come to the game with the game a little bit rigged against them based on the historical things that have happened to Black folks or indigenous folks in America. I mean, I'm giving you facts. I'm telling you right now.
I mean, I don't deny that. Yeah, I'm not necessarily here to deny that. What I'm saying is that you should like allow people to figure that out for themselves rather than basically, because children are very impressionable. That's another issue too, right? You are essentially telling children that that this is the right thing, that this is the only way to think, and that is kind of a form of brainwashing.
How am I giving a child brainwashing if I say, hey, did you know when the Social Security Act was founded in the 1930s that 66% of Black people were not eligible because they were Black? How is that?
No,
how is that not giving?
That's not what I'm referring to. Once again, that's not what I'm referring to. I think teaching history is fine. The issue about critical race theory is the fact that to the extent it's a theory, right? The point of a theory goes beyond just about. There's not a single theory that's just fact. There's always some
if part of critical race theory is teaching how racism has led to certain laws, wouldn't it just? I mean, how is that an opinion?
There are good parts about everything, pretty much. Like you could think about the most horrible policies, and some of them have some slight good effect. But my point is that when you look at holistically, what does this policy promote as a theory? It is an ideological thing. When you're teaching a child, somebody who doesn't have the ability to properly, who's very impressionable and still hasn't figured a lot of things out, an ideology, an ideological framework, that is a form of brainwashing, regardless of what that ideology is, right? It doesn't have to be left-wing, it doesn't have to be right-wing, it can be anything. But my point is that, yeah, that is a form of brainwashing, right?
Yeah, I just think, sir, you're just.
I mean, I agree with you that yeah, there are certain historical facts that need to be taught. We need to make sure that slavery is taught about because it's a very significant thing. And these things, I think we should teach about them. But the issue isn't teaching about them. The issue about critical race theory is the theory part. It's the fact that it's how these issues are being cast and what children are being told to think.
And I am asking you to show me specifically in the curriculum proof of what you're saying. I have never seen anything that says. And on the 4th chapter of critical race theory at the 8th grade, the teacher will explain to the kids that if you're white, you should feel guilty about this, and you should feel that all America is.
There's been many examples. Like, for example,
can you link me to one?
Well, I mean, it depends because there isn't like a critical race theory Bible that everybody follows. It's just that critical race theory is a general idea, right? Like, for example, there's a thing where they like separate like the white kids and the black kids or the non-white kids, literally separate them and get them to stand on opposite walls and say, you, the white kids, are, in a position of like power, and you are responsible for, what's happened to in history with these kids or something. Or you've benefited from it, or there's some kind of link.
Okay, but then that's a different argument. That's a question about what is the right way, the best way to teach this information. But that's not what the debate is. The debate is the information shouldn't be taught.
No, that's kind of disingenuous. I think the people saying, like, there are people in the media and there are people saying that critical race theory is just teaching about slavery or it's just teaching about these events. That's not what it is. It's like a theory. It's a theory, and like the thing about a theory is, yeah, there are historical events to back up every theory, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's still a theory devised from various, historical facts that are true that I agree should be taught. But then it's about how they're being cast. That's the issue, right? It's critical race theory is what it's called, right?
Yeah, but again, I don't. The things that you're citing, I have yet to see in some kind of school curriculum. I don't think most people would agree that if you're teaching 5th graders to go stand up against the wall if you're a white guy or a black guy.
There are people that testify to that. I've seen people do that.
I did not say it has never occurred, but that is a debate about how you teach the important information. That is not a debate about do you teach the important information.
Yeah, that's not this is why I think there's a disconnect between people, like different people on this issue, because the kinds of people who are like promoting this stuff, like critical race theory, are not being they're not being genuine about like what critical race theory is. They are misrepresenting it. So people are like, oh, teaching about slavery, I think we should learn about slavery, and then it turns out, oh, it's actually about all this other stuff. Like there is some level of disingenuousned when it comes to the casting.
Can you show me that?
Well, I mean, you could look at the ideological fact. I'd have to go and look at sources, but like if you look at the ideological leanings of critical race theory and you look at like where they're being created,
right? So what you're saying is you can't. But Inari, I appreciate the call. Call back anytime, sir. Call back anytime, Inari, especially if you have some links you can share with us. Let me bring in. I'm going to make these fast. You guys have been waiting. Let me make these really quick, and then we'll get to Gamergate. Northy Tunes, always good to hear from you. What's up, man?
Hello.
What's going on? Okay, while we're waiting for Northy Tunes, let me get some super chats. Magello says, the part about the theory of gravity that tells you it hurts when it falls is good. That's true. Thank you, Magello, for the super chat. I appreciate it, buddy. Northy Tunes, are you there? Can you hear me? All right, well, you are not coming through. Drowned by Fire says, what were the police made for? Ask him. Yeah, well, a lot of people say, oh, there were police before America. Yeah, of course. But the police in America, post-Civil War, were slave catchers. That's what they were founded to be. No one is saying the first time there was ever authority figures that upheld the law was in America. We shouldn't teach it, says Drowned by Fire, because we shouldn't teach it if this guy is the results. I'm not sure what he means, but thank you, Drowned by Fire. I appreciate it. Okay. I'm going to bring in somebody else. Was not able to get that good fella in. Let me bring in Scooter. Scooter Bandit. What's going on, pal? Scooter Bandit, are you there? Scooter Bandit, Where have you gone? Why have you forsaken me, boy? I need your Scooter Bandit. Scooter Bandit, god damn it, you motherfucker. All right, let me get somebody else in. All right, here we go. Strafe, it's Jaffe. Are you there? The fuck is going on? Are you there, Strafe? It says you're muted. Are you muted or is that on my end, bud? Fine. Let me go up into this room. Hang on.
Am I not here?
Hang on a minute.
Hey, Jaffe.
Hang on. I'm going to do it this way. One sec.
I was forcibly muted.
All right. This will work now. Here we go. Okay. I am going to bring in Scooter Bandit. Scooter, it's Jaffe. What's up, man?
I think I'm not in your. Am I in your chat?
Yep, you're on the. You're good. Let's go. What's going on, man?
All right, cool. Yeah, no, I appreciate you having all these people on, but I don't really understand the argument.
Okay. Would you like? Would you like me to help?
No, it's just it doesn't make any sense. Like you're reciting facts to these people, and they're reacting as like, well, it hurts the white person. I'm white. I grew up in a lower class neighborhood in Jersey. Like, I've seen horrible things happen to people of white and black color.
Yeah.
I don't see why there's an argument to teach the history of the country. I don't think there's an inherent racism thrust upon white children for knowing that, like, we were built around slavery, largely.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, what is it? I think we were built around slavery. We were built around genocide. That stuff still has its effects.
It carries weight.
It carries weight still to this day because it was an awful thing. No one wants to make you feel guilty unless you do, and that's on you. But it's not about that. It shouldn't be about that. It should be about, look, this is kind of where we're at, and the fact that we the fact that we can't even do that is part of the reason that we're still here. A lot of these people want to be like, why can't we just get beyond it? Because you don't.
Well, the contribution I have.
Yeah.
To throw it out there, like I grew up, like I said, in a lower class, middle class neighborhood until like my father died and all that. My mom still has racist tendencies.
Yep.
Talking in a way where like she just privileged as being white. And we were talking today, and she was explaining to me how she thought that it was bad that anytime like a major violent action that gets like highlighted on national news always like stresses the point that it was an Asian American or an African American that got assaulted or killed.
Uh-huh.
Well, she comes back at it and she's like, well, no, like, why do you have to point out that they're Asian? Somebody was murdered. And I'm like, well, we do need to highlight that because there is a major population that is getting disproportionately
if you're talking about
by this violence.
If you're talking about the Asian hate crimes,
I'm trying to be agreeable with you while being white.
No, I know.
It's just weird.
I'm just saying.
But there's an right there.
When the news story is specifically about the fact that Asians are being attacked lately over political reasons, yeah, I absolutely agree. I didn't know that's what you were talking about, though.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but she was presenting it in a way where it came across as like, we need to highlight this because we're more focused on Asians, and it's not. Well, the fact that like, I'm sorry, Ashley Babbitt, I think her name was, that got killed at the Capitol.
Yeah.
She was being held up as a martyr by some of the people on the right side of politics.
Uh-huh.
Sorry, Jaffe, I hear somebody in the Discord, so I'm reacting to them at the same time. I mean, critical race theory says like everybody's death should be equal.
Well,
but,
yeah, I mean, I don't even know. I don't even know if critical race theory says teach that everyone should be equal. I don't, like I said, I keep looking for someone to show me the curriculum. My understanding of critical race theory is the vast majority of what it's talking about is teach the history accurately, and part of that history is understanding how this is marbled into our society, and in that, these are the ramifications. That's all. That's the core.
Maybe as an American, it feels like they're inherently tied together because the right wing that is largely white feels like they have to protect themselves against the idea that we could teach the idea that our country was founded upon slavery.
Yeah, I just think people honestly, I could be wrong. I'm more than willing to accept the fact that because I am so progressive, it's possible that I'm not seeing the forest for the trees. However, it sure does seem that a lot of people who don't want to talk about this bring up things like guilt, and they bring up things like, I don't want my kids to feel guilty. I didn't do anything wrong. It's like they're little kids who got caught stealing out of the cookie jar. It's like, this isn't about you. This is about educating the population so we all can get better and heal. That's what it's about.
So I would also posit the idea that
I have a question though. If you could see some books written.
All right.
Still in the Discord. That when people talk about Ashley Babbitt as a martyr, being shot and killed at the Capitol,
yeah,
that she's being upheld as some rejection of that idea. Like, no, white people get killed too, and obviously white people are in poverty. Like I said, I grew up with no money, and I wonder if that's where I wonder if that's where most of the argumentativeness comes from, and the not seeing the forest for trees, where you feel like. Sorry, I'm hearing so much shit in my ears right now. When you feel like it's not being addressed.
Are you there? Okay, I don't know what.
I'm on the Discord and I hear too much shit, so I'm gonna drop off now. But thank you for hearing me.
All right, man. Yeah, I don't hear what he's hearing. I hope you guys don't either. I have it all muted. I will just say, to address what Scooter was saying. The idea that there might be some white people, or a lot of white people, that feel like, well, what the fuck? What about me? I've had a hard life, all that. Yeah, that sucks too. No one is saying that your life hasn't been challenging or rotten. No one is saying it doesn't suck because you can't get health care. No one is saying it doesn't suck that your jobs have been outsourced. Yeah. We all have bags of hammers we have to contend with. But that doesn't mean that we don't address one of the biggest bags of hammer that collectively is a country that we all suffer from. We all suffer from racism. Major Pest, thank you for Super Chat. He says, can we take 2 minutes between topics to hear your opinion on Blue Box? Kojima, you weren't kidding when you said it would be spicy. I will be doing a Gabbin' and Game show this weekend, if not tonight, tomorrow, and I will deal with all that then. This is clearly a show just for people who are like, look, man, we're bitching and complaining about the politics, blah, blah, blah. This really isn't the show or the time to get into that. But I will, and I appreciate the Super Chat. All right, I'm going to bring in Sumo. Sumo, it's Jaffe. What's up, man?
What's going on, Jaffe? How you doing, man?
I'm all right.
No,
what the fuck?
No, it's.
I have these guys muted. Why are they still able to talk? Hang on. All right, are you there?
Yeah, it's the waiting room.
Are you there, Sumo?
Yeah.
All right, go.
My thing is, I'm biracial.
Okay.
And I grew up being taught in school that people that looked like me were bought and sold and murdered and killed and couldn't eat at a damn counter. So it's interesting to hear these whiny white dudes.
Do you pass?
Being
just
told,
before you hang on, do you pass as a black guy or a white guy?
Black guy. Any cop in the country would tell you I'm black.
Okay, cool. Keep going.
But it's okay to teach children you were enslaved and murdered, but somehow it's not okay to teach children you murdered and enslaved.
Yeah.
It's weird that the issue isn't grounded in any kind of fact or reality. It's based in whatever right-wing dipshit family member has spoon-fed them ignorance their whole life, and the fact that they can't do a fucking Google search.
Well,
this shit isn't as difficult as people are making it, and the fact that white people are upset about critical race theory is the point. You should be upset at the fact that you have no accountability for the genocide in which you have ravaged the fucking planet over. And nobody's laying that in Jaffe's lap, or Joe's lap, or Jimmy's lap.
And if they were, and if I was responsible, I would want to feel guilty. But the only thing the only thing I feel guilty about is it's taken me 50 years to wake up to, even though I've always been aware of this stuff, every year I discover how much more, challenging and problematic and horrible it is. But yeah.
It's not, difficult. It's not hard to hear facts, history, and not get upset about it and not take it personal.
Sure,
like,
sure,
people
it's
talk
hard.
about
It's hard.
slaves.
It's hard for a lot of people. There's a guy in the chat right now that says, "Tell me what you think about this, Sumo." This is Mallow. He says, "Critical race theory isn't going to address or reduce racism, only exacerbate it through its constant calls that every difference in society is created through the oppression of whiteness." Now, I don't agree with that. I happen to think that, just like
That's
I
the
said,
stupidest shit.
right. I think in my tweet that I said was like, if you're one of those families, like one of those white upper class families that lives in the suburbs, it doesn't have to be white, but it's kind of a cliche and it's a stereotype, and you perform and pretend that everything is perfect and we're the perfect family, but when the door closes, dad beats up on mom and dad gets drunk and molests the kids, ultimately, you're never going to heal from that unless you come out and accept it and talk about it and mourn it and grieve it and then heal from it. The idea that critical race theory, which is basically saying, like you said, let's talk about what actually happened and how it still has effects today, is going to divide us, maybe initially, but ultimately, what's the alternative? To keep sweeping it under the rug?
Well, I mean, it's losing the fact that the thing is, it's 40 years old. And this person's talking about it's exacerbating something. Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah.
It's 40 years old and racism just popped up since you. This is the stupidest concept. This is so short-sighted that the fact that a country founded off of this, founded off of the enslavement of not just black people, but any person that wasn't white and Christian and male.
Or male. Yeah, the Constitution really is only written for white, not Christian, but white male people. Blacks and,
we're honestly going to sit and act like we're surprised that a country founded off this shit and based its financial systems and its socioeconomic policy within the government around racist policy. You're really going to sit and say that racism, this thing that is actually highlighting it is the racist part because Fox told me?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's, I agree. Let me ask you a couple questions from the chat. You tell me what you think of these questions. You do the answering. I'm tired. Okay, so Scott McClellan says, okay, step 1 is feel bad. Step 3 is somehow we heal. What's step 2? My step is, by the very nature of educating, people will change their behavior over time when they start to realize, holy shit, I didn't realize some of this stuff that was going on. Sumo, would you agree that that's the value of educating people on this?
Absolutely. How many people knew about Tulsa?
Right. I saw Cliff Blazinski coming out today saying, I didn't even know about Tulsa. I didn't even know. There's like 4 or 5 big sort of historical events. Same thing with like gay pride, in terms of, where gay pride came from and what that day was about. Most people don't know. I didn't know. It took my LGBT family members to explain to me why we even celebrate gay pride in June. So no, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
I mean, it's the and just to pivot real quick to Juneteenth.
Yeah.
The upset people about now there's 2 holidays.
Right. God forbid we'd have another day we don't have to go to work. Oh, God forbid. But yeah, go ahead.
Right, at its most granular level, like at least just shut up and take the day off and be happy. Hate from your house. Who gives a shit?
Yeah, I mean, fuck. You know what? Okay, you know what? If we have too many holidays, let's get rid of Arbor Day. It's not like you're recycling. Only people that recycle enough can celebrate Arbor Day. Don't fucking come at me with that bullshit. It's competing with the 4th of July. Like, the 4th of July is going to get its feelings hurt? It's the most ridiculous thing in the world.
I only have one Independence Day.
Insane. All right, what about this one? Hang on. It's not healing, says Kaidamo. It's keeping wounds open and making new wounds. Now, I want to respond to this first, Sumo, but my response to Kaiden is, it's not healing, it's keeping the wounds open and making new wounds. I don't think you can be a white person and talk about what is and isn't healing when it comes to this particular subject. It's not your place, Kaiden, or my place, and I'm looking at his picture, he looks like a white dude, to tell people when the healing is working and when it's done. I mean, would you agree, Sumo, or what's your take on that?
I mean, it's constant. Like, and it's the same regurgitated bullshit that when I was a kid in school we heard. Oh, we're growing past that, and we're never going to heal if we don't. No, that's the quick and easy bullshit way to get past this. You need to talk about it. If you have a racist fucking family member, you need to talk about it.
Right.
If you have racist in-laws, you need to call it out. Otherwise, you're the problem. So, keep your little fortune cookie fucking racial harmony thoughts to yourself. Because the reality is, we got to talk about this shit to get anywhere. Otherwise, in another 40 fucking years, there's going to be the same stupid kid saying the same stupid shit.
That's right.
But simultaneously not knowing about Tulsa, but saying that we need to heal and we're opening new wounds.
Right. It's like you can't heal. My kid had an infection on their arm the other day, and I had to take him in the middle of the night to ER, and it's like they had to cut it open and drain the pus out. And he's like, why are you doing that? And they're like, well, we have to get basically the poison out before we can put the medicine in and heal it. If we just keep shoving this into the dark corners of history, we're going to be right there. Let me ask you one more question. This guy, Mike, who's going to talk about Gamergate real soon, I promise, buddy. He says a core tenet of critical race theory is interest convergence, which enforces the idea that any attempt to reduce racism would only be done because white people deem it is in their best interest and not morally just. I mean, I don't really, that's the first I've heard of that, Sumo, but I mean, whatever gets people to reduce racism, I don't really care, but do you understand this point and what point he's trying to make?
I think he's talking about, it's not what he's talking about isn't even a part of CRT. It came from a man who coined CRT. So he's conflating two different things. It's nice to bring up shit that doesn't have anything to do with what we're talking about, but if you really want to talk about interest conversion, bring up Derek Bell. But you don't know who Derek Bell is.
I don't.
So when he's the godfather of CRT, of critical race theory, and he is who came up with the theory. He coined the theory, interest convergence.
Okay.
It has, I could go on deeper on that, but I don't really want to waste the breath because whoever I'm saying it to wouldn't fucking understand it to begin with. Especially if they're bringing it up in the context of CRT. It has dick to do with CRT.
Okay.
It's like saying your car won't start because you don't have washer fluid.
Okay, fair enough. Let me read these two super chats. There's something we got sent. I would love for you to get your feedback. I don't know if I have seen this. But one of the guys, let me just get these two and then I'll let you go.
I appreciate your time, man.
Anytime, man, of course. The guy on the phone is engaging in race essentialism. He's tying negative pejoratives to race. That's the whole problem. Then you wonder why people oppose this liberal crap. I don't even know if I understand that. The guy on the phone is...
I mean, that's a great amount of, like, Webster dictionary words.
Race
but there's no context.
I'm just trying to figure out what he says you're tying negative words to race. That's
what fucking Newsmax article did you search for that word? The fuck out of here.
Well, he also says something to me. Let me read this real quick. I got to find it. This is from Kaiden again, and I appreciate it, buddy. Thank you for chiming in. We don't have to agree to chat and be pals and whatnot. But he says... He's talking about liberals. I can't find it. I'm sorry, buddy. You can write it again.
It's just so crazy as shit. Like, we have a fucking party, right? We have a political party in this country that is batshit fucking crazy, running around with the losers of a fucking race war that they wanted to kick off because they didn't want people free. And those people have the gall to wear a shirt talking about "Don't tread on me."
Right.
Like,
yeah, that's true.
Like, are you who tread on who?
Right.
Like, please.
That's true.
There is a level of white frailty that needs to be kind of discussed because, if you hear something that a forefather did, it shouldn't make you feel like you're being talked about directly.
I know. It's fucking weird. It's fucking weird. Dude.
It's like...
I think what it is, I could be wrong, but I'm not a psychiatrist, obviously a psychologist, but I think there's some projecting or something going on where you maybe have some guilt. Like, I don't feel any guilt over that. I feel it's awful, But I don't walk around. People are like, "Oh, Jeff, you must hate the color of your skin." I'm like, "No, I don't. What does that have to do with anything?" But it's like maybe if you kind of are kind of a little bit racist, maybe you think that what shining a light on this topic will do is reveal the truth about you, because
that's exactly what it does.
Do I think I benefit?
That's exactly what it does.
I benefit like a motherfucker from being white. I sure do. But that doesn't mean that I feel guilty about it. I wish everybody could benefit, or not benefit, but just be and have equality. But that's not where we're at. Chongo says, you were taught CRT by smart people. It's when less smart people try to teach the issue arises. Check your Discord. And he sent us a clip showing this lady watch racist lecture on critical race theory to white crowd. I don't know if I'm going to watch this whole thing because it's going to take too long, but let me just see if it's a quick thing or not. If it's a quick thing, I'll put it on. But if it's like a 20-hour fucking video, well, I'll watch it and I'll get back to you. But thank you for that, Chongo. 1 second, fellas. It's loading up. And it's loading up like a fucking dial-up. What the fuck is with my internet today? Tram by Fire, thank you, buddy. He says, many Americans party for Mexican Independence Day. It's true. It's absolutely goddamn true. Okay, it's only 3 minutes long. Let's watch this together as pals, shall we? It's from the Michael Knowles show. I'm just going to jump ahead. I don't want to hear his pontificating. I want to see his clip. All right, I'm going to put it on the screen for you guys to see it. Here is his clip. Blah, 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 blah. I'll get that super chat in just a second. Here we go. Sumo, can you hear?
Yeah.
Here we go.
White people are racist. So I put this up because I really want any white person in the room to know up front that this is what we're dealing with, that it's not going to be this coddling of white tears and what that looks like. We're not going to discuss, oh, maybe some of us have worked it out. No, you're always going to be racist, actually. So even when you're on your path to trying to figure out how to be a better human being, because I believe that white people are born into not being human, like that actually instead of people of color and black folks being dehumanized, that actually everyone is dehumanized off rip within white supremacy, that y'all are born into a life to not be human, and that's what y'all are taught to do, to be demons.
You're always going to be racist.
Wait, yeah, you got to turn that down. Sumo, you got to turn down your echo, man. You got to turn off the. We can hear it. You got to mute yourself while I'm playing this. Okay.
What that looks like, we're not going to discuss, oh, maybe some of us have worked it out. No, you're always going to be racist, actually. So even when you're on your path to trying to figure out how to be a better human being, because I believe that white people are born into not being human, like that actually instead of people of color and black folks being dehumanized, that actually everyone is dehumanized off rip within white supremacy, that y'all are born into a life to not be human, and that's what y'all are taught to do, to be demons. So in this particular way, white people are all racist.
There you have it. There is the lesson. Did you take notes? I hope you took notes.
So, did you hear that, Sumo?
Yeah.
Okay, so I think I think this is kind of what you mean. Maybe I'm wrong about sort of the frailty of white people. It's like, look, first off, demons don't exist. If you're white, you're not a demon. Don't worry about it. Don't be scared. I think she's trying, just kind of like when I said I am racist. I'm talking about it, and I think she's talking about it intentionally from a position to suggest that, look, if you're white in America, you can't help but be racist. That doesn't mean you don't like black people. That doesn't mean you have a KKK hood hidden under your bed. It means you cannot help but benefit from the systemic racism that flows through the country. That's basically, her message was obviously inflammatory, and it was meant to get views, and it was meant to get people to talk about it, and so was mine to an extent. But I think if you do use that definition of racism, yeah, if you call me racist, if I benefit from white supremacy, then that's racism. Then yeah, I'm a racist. It doesn't mean I don't like black people, but you know how people are. There's, I'm not racist. Maybe they're just fucking children. Maybe we shouldn't worry about them being racist. We should worry about them not being able to actually handle a topic that's a little uncomfortable for them.
I mean, if that's the video that is supposed to be, they cracked the fucking case. Like, you got to keep swinging at that, homie.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Seeing some random video of some woman having a pretty abrasive approach
well,
isn't going to dispute what critical race theory is and your lack of understanding of it.
Right. I mean, what he's saying, though, is he actually is saying it's like, look, there's a way to be taught critical race theory by smart people. This is what Chongo's saying. But when less smart people try to teach it, or when people who are insecure try to learn it, that's where the problem rises. And I agree.
Definitely.
You know,
I agree, because the people in that room went home, a handful of them went home and missed whatever message that woman was trying to give them, and only said at the table, I got called racist today by this black bitch. And it's like, well, you're kind of proving the point.
Right.
I mean, these things aren't made up. And that's the biggest thing, is you can see the news, and we have people popping up with All Lives Matter. You can see the shit in front of you. You have it in your family. Yeah. And we're sitting here debating how critical race theory is racist.
I think the reason...
Not the policies of the government that house off loans to minorities.
Right. I think the real challenge is, like, I really always try to find, not a middle ground. I don't think there's always a middle ground on things. Sometimes things are simply right and sometimes things are simply wrong. But I do try to at least see where other people are coming from. And I see people in the chat who are referring to you and talking about just sort of how misguided you are, or how misguided I am. And the problem is they don't...
Only more white boys.
Well, they don't
These
really...
are the same guys that get pissed when a woman is in battlefield.
They
like,
don't... Well,
really, like...
They don't really offer up, though. Yeah, well, Grant says, let me call up. Call. No one's stopping you from calling. But they don't really offer, and maybe somebody who I bring on next will, they don't really offer any kind of, well, let me explain to you specifically why what critical race theory says is bad or wrong. So, all right, Sumo, thank you, buddy. It's always good to talk to you. I'll talk to you later, man.
Have a good one.
All right, you too. All right, let me bring in, gosh, you know, I really do want to deal with Gamergate, but let me try to go through these quick, because I know we want to change topics. Club Kasabi, it's Jaffe. What's up, pal?
Hello, Jaffe. I just wanted to bring a book to your attention.
Okay.
That I believe, I'm not sure, but I believe it's part of CRT.
Okay.
Or it's already in the hands of teacher. This is a book that is called A Pathway to Equitable Math Instruction, Dismantling Racism in Mathematics Instruction. And in this book, you know, they teach or it has a quote, that mathematics is a white supremacist teaching, and the focus of teaching math should be taken away from the right answer, for example. So I just wanted to bring this to your attention, this book, that it has this quote that already said that mathematics is white supremacist.
I just want to make sure okay, so there's a book that says mathematics is white supremacy.
Yes, I can.
What happened?
But I just wanted to bring this to your attention. I can put you the name of the book you to investigate further.
Yeah, put it
that.
All right, man. Thank you so much for the call, Club. I'll send me a link on the chat, and I'll take a look at it. That'd be great. Thank you, sir. All right, let me bring in Johnny's grandpa. Johnny Grandpa, it's Jaffe. What's up?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Yeah, in response to him, I was actually in there. I guess you can't hear me, but he can hear me. But math is inherently evil and should not exist, to be fair.
Are you joking or not?
I'm joking, sorry.
Okay, keep going.
Yes.
What do you want to talk about?
But yeah, I've just been in awe. You got to be in awe of people who cannot debate about anything, including critical race theory, without completely either misunderstanding what it is or completely mischaracterizing what it is on purpose. I mean, there seems to be two types of conservatives. There's the people who are purposefully misleading you and know better. And then there's, people who just don't know what the hell they're talking about. They just don't know what the hell this stuff is. And they have to either mischaracterize it or, like you said, they're operating off of something that was told to them that was purposefully mischaracterized.
Well, let me ask you. There's a person in the chat that I think is exactly who you're speaking about, and tell me how you would respond. Callum O'Kelly says, critical race theory isn't just about history. It is an entire worldview that seeks to overturn what is deemed as whiteness, which includes objective fact and enlightenment.
Okay, that would be the stupid person that doesn't know what the hell they're talking about. That's what that would be. That would fit squarely in that category, I think. Yes.
Okay.
Because that's not what it is. The reality exists. You know, like definitions of things exist, and like Sumo said, you can do a fucking Google search and figure this shit out if you have the intellectual curiosity needed in order to do that, which a lot of people on the right don't have. Critical race theory? It's clear, like any serious definition.
Are you there?
Oh, well, there's somebody else talking, and they're basically, because we're in the waiting room.
Yeah, I know.
So I'm gonna mute him. But basically, what he said was, so what is it? Because I don't know. But basically, there's nothing inherently antagonistic about acknowledging that racism exists in our society at a cultural level, at a systemic level. It's in our government, and these institutions are built by race. They were built by racists. That's how it was, not that long ago, a few hundred years ago.
Right.
And there's nothing wrong with acknowledging that. It's not an affront to you individually. It's not an affront to any person who's currently alive.
Why do you think a lot of people are so bothered by it? Why is it they can't? Because I agree with you. It's like,
well,
that's
a big ass question. That's a big ass question with a big ass answer.
That's the only question that matters, because ultimately it's like, if this is going to make the country better, then let's talk about it. And they're like, well, it's not going to make the country better. Okay, explain to me why. I mean, it's just like,
right. No, it's. I think part of it is that, and I was actually hoping to kind of put this on you at some point, because you've been on this planet a little longer than me. And I was kind of wondering if you had some perspective on why the right and conservatives, I don't even really want to say the right, I want to say conservatives, because it's really you have conservatives in the Democratic Party technically. So, it's a mindset. How has this always been like this? Back in the 80s and the late 70s, was it like this? I wasn't alive then. Has it always been this fucking stupid and pointless to try to argue with someone who considers themselves on the right and who engages in nothing but bad faith, straw-manning and mischaracterizations of what is actually being talked about? They can't engage with the actual topic at hand. Has it always been like that? Because it's fucking infuriating. I was waiting for that last guy, the guy that has a podcast, the Open Mouth, or whatever the fuck his shit was. I was waiting for him to try to sell me a MyPillow at some point. I mean, the guy was so full of fucking shit. I mean, has it always been like this?
I'm sure it has, but I think the difference is in the past, because we didn't have social media, because we didn't have a place to spew all of this, including people like me, it kind of kept things a little bit more corralled into the area where, you had to go out of your way to find it, right? You had to listen to Rush Limbaugh, or you had to turn on, it was even before, cable news and things like that. But yeah, I mean, I think ultimately it's not like we've gotten dumber. I think what it is we have found people who echo the stuff that we already feel, and in that it just,
it's like an ego stroke. It strokes your ego instead of challenging you to want to be better and to learn and to improve. It's just they get high off of being told that what they already feel and what they already think is correct, and everyone else is wrong, and academia is wrong, and the media is wrong, and journalists are wrong, and medical community is wrong. You're right. Your predisposition that you were either taught as a child or you somehow just stumbled across it in your adulthood. That's right. And you don't need to change. You don't need to put any effort into advancing or getting better at anything or learning. You're already right, and feel good about yourself as you are. And everyone else that's trying to change you and trying to inform you and trying to educate you, they're wrong, they're bad, avoid them. It's bizarre. And I have people in my family, not my direct family, but I have people that are in my family that I have to engage with, and it's like they watch Fox News or Newsmax or whatever the hell, and they get high. It's like they're crackheads. And then they come with me or to other people that aren't like that in my family, and they're hopped up, man, and they're like trying to argue with you, and they're like starting shit with you, and it's like, dude, you're getting your fix right now. Like, it's bizarre. Like, you're addicted to being validated. It's so if you were to ask me what I think the core of it is, it's some sort of weird feedback loop where you start off with whatever your predisposition is. You start off with whatever that is, whether it's right or wrong or half right or whatever, and you're just being told that you're right and everyone else that's trying to change you and challenge you is wrong. And that's, it's an easy product to sell. It's an easy product to sell, validation. It's easy to sell. And I don't want to say that it's exclusive to the right. The left does it. But Jesus Christ, is it rampant on the right? It is ridiculous. I mean, it makes me think like, I don't know how you can be as patient as you've been. I guess that comes probably with just maturity and age that I just don't have. But I don't know. I mean,
well, okay. I think a lot of it is, honestly, is I don't think, I think I don't even know if it's you live long enough, but for me, it has been age, but it's probably just people are smarter than me can get to this younger. But you live long enough that you start to see the way the game is set up, and you realize that the people that you're trained to hate or told to call stupid, they're just people like you trying to get by. Most people are not inherently comic book villains. And even the people who I have massive disagreement with, like there's a guy in the chat right now, Scott Coppinger, who says CRT is making race the cornerstone of education. The focus is put on race, not knowing how to think, and is being about indoctrination. Well, I don't really, again, if you showed me a curriculum for CRT in a school that made what Scott is suggesting, and I'm like, oh shit, yeah, I wouldn't want that. I want kids to be critical thinkers. I want kids to be able to raise their hand when they're being taught about critical race theory and go, I don't agree with that. And if the teacher should say, talk to me about why, cite your facts, explain to me why, I think that's important. So, but I look at someone like Scott and I go, I don't think he's a bad guy. It's not that I have patience, it's that I have compassion and empathy, because I think everybody just wants to have a good life and they want to get along. And honestly, we in this culture, I mean, it really is. I mean, there are bigger fish to fry. If we really believe it or not, there are bigger fish to fry than racism. And it's hard to believe that. But the bigger fish to fry is we are, at least in America, so manipulated by media and so manipulated by corporate interests that they love that we're fighting. They love that they can make their ducats because we don't agree. Don't think they weren't salivating when people tried to storm the Capitol, right? That is where their bread is buttered. And we don't teach media literacy in school. Adults who were never taught critical thinking aren't capable of learning it through osmosis. You have to have somebody sit down and teach you how to think critically. It has to be
there has to be a trust to some degree of the system that will teach someone critical thinking, because you could go and do the right-wing thing all day to everything that comes your way. Some expert could come along and tell you that, yeah, masks work, vaccines are safe, but you can just tell yourself that they're part of the conspiracy and it doesn't matter. So I don't know how you break that cycle.
Well, again, I think the fact that people are at a point where they are not listening to the majority of scientists, the majority of doctors, they have allowed themselves to go. Now, good. Do I think all vaccines are safe and that we should be, skeptical of a lot of things? Sure, the government has earned our skepticism. But I also think that, when almost every doctor and almost every scientist is saying, look, is there a chance this vaccine can make you sick? Yeah, it's like 0.5%. Is there a chance you could get coronavirus without it and die? Yeah, that's like 0.5%. And more importantly, you can infect other people. So I agree. I don't understand why they become so unwilling to trust things in the past that were trustable. But
well, I mean, like when I'm sick, I go to the hospital. I do what the doctor tells me to do. 99% of the time, they're going to be right.
So do these people. It's an ego thing, and I think it's on the left as well. But it
is. It's everywhere. But in terms of degree, it's a completely different universe on the right. It's a completely different universe in terms of degree.
I think it depends on the topic, but I think ultimately,
I mean, I guess. I mean, if you look hard enough, I guess you could find a topic on the left that's some semblance of what's happening on the right. But when you look on the right, it's almost everything. It's like almost everything. They're like a universe away from being right about it.
Well, I guess like free speech on the left is one of the ones that bothers me. Is that the left will tell you they're the party of, or they're the thinkers of free speech and freedom of expression, and they're just as quick to shut down anybody who doesn't toe their line as the right is. They're just as quick to celebrate the fact that some asshole like Ben Shapiro isn't allowed to speak at a college campus, or they're just as
he's not allowed.
Well,
is he not allowed?
He's legally allowed, but certain public universities can say no, he can't speak here.
Okay.
They're just as quick to celebrate that bump stock Barbie woman, who I think is a fucking nightmare, that we shouted her down and didn't let her address people who wanted to go hear her at a college campus. I think the left also, has a real problem with, you have to believe my take on things, and if not, you're a fucking moron, and I hate you.
No, I guess on principle, I don't have a lot of sympathy for millionaires being told they can't speak at a public college. I'm not going to waste.
I don't have the sympathy for the millionaires. I have the sympathy for the students who are not being exposed to ideas, be them good or bad, and learning. We're talking about critical theory. Critical thought. The best thing you can do to teach someone critical thinking is expose them to good ideas and bad ideas, and especially bad ideas that come dressed in the clothing and the ability to speak well, so that you go, this guy or woman is very appealing and attractive, and they're articulate as fuck, and they seem to be making a good point, but holy shit, I spent a week noodling this over in my mind, and you know what? They're full of shit. Well, if you start basically removing all the stuff that's going to get you to question your thoughts and your values and what you've been taught, and you're just going to be comfortable, and that's what a lot of the left is doing, that's a real fucking problem.
I mean, I agree with you on that. I mean, that would be an issue that I guess you could draw some sort of equivalence on. But I mean, what out of all the issues that are affecting us right now, public health, education, journalism, global warming, I mean, wages, wars. I mean, there are so. I mean, if you were to compare the pile of things that the right is intellectually dishonest about and incurious about, and so much more concerned with validating their own disposition about, with the pile of things that the left does something similar with. I mean, they're incredibly different piles. They're so. I mean, you got to acknowledge that the intellectual dishonesty on the right is not matched by the left even remotely. It's not even close.
I mean, I am a far, far, far left progressive, and I can tell you, it would not surprise me if the right could come up with a list of 10 things that the quote supposed left is just as disingenuous about as the far right. I'd have to think about it. And again, I am a progressive. I am absolutely left-leaning, Democrat voting, independent voting, 100%. And I'm skeptical of the government and all that shit. But I think it's pretty easy to find a bunch of people on the left that have been just as disingenuous. All right, buddy, thank you for the call.
I do want to confirm, though, that as a guy from West Virginia, I grew up in West Virginia, I didn't know about the Tulsa Race Massacre until like a year ago.
No, because you get taught in the schools that the textbook literally says slaves enjoyed being slaves. That's in West Virginia.
You're correct. You were correct about that, and you'll find that in other red states. I have friends from the South that tell me they had no idea.
I'm from Alabama. You may as well show fucking Song of the South for your history class in Alabama.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I remember it was over so fast. I'm 33 now, so I'm pretty far removed from it. But it was over so fast, and it was so basic in nature. I mean, it was like you said. I mean, might as well have just showed Song of the South. I mean, it was pointless.
All right, man. Thanks for having. Yeah, anytime, buddy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right. If you guys will forgive me, I am going to take these next calls very fast. Because I got to get through them, and I appreciate you guys waiting. Let me get the super chats first. Great show, Jaffe. Thank you, Reggie. Your willingness to cover a topic like this and so many others is always a breath of fresh air. I appreciate your show. Sir, I appreciate you saying that. Thank you, man. I try not to do these that often because it does push people away. I try to always be fair and express to people that I'm just trying to have conversations that I find interesting. But I do know that, for good or for bad, it makes people uncomfortable. And that's not what I'm about. I want people to enjoy coming here talking about games. But sometimes you just got to talk. And I appreciate you saying that. And I appreciate your generosity. We got ourselves a brand new member, Isaac Berzins. Welcome to the Diet Soda Soldier, sir. You get yourself a smoke of the pipe there, buddy. Enjoy that. Take a good one in. And I appreciate you being here, and I appreciate you joining the mighty band of fucksticks. We're going to have a whole hootenanny, and we're going to have a bake-off, and I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, sir, but thank you very much. I appreciate it, man. This last super chat just came through. This is from Eckham Honorum. Says, major problem is our institutions have been so corrupted through money. Yep, I agree, sir. You're right not to trust them, but you can't just trust what agrees with you. It's exactly true. We have to learn how to be skeptical of all of these institutions that have been so shoved into the system of capitalism. But at the same time, we have to also be vigilant not to just fall for things because we like how they are framed. Tripster says, Jaffe, your mic is messed up. Could somebody educate me? I'm bad with sound. Maybe I need to buy a new microphone. But what do you mean my mic is messed up? Please let me know what you mean. Okay. Let me bring these folks in fast and furious because I do want to get to Gamergate because this guy's been waiting a long time and I think it's an interesting topic and we're about to wear this one out. All right, if we haven't already. Hellblade, I'm going to give you one question, one thing. Go, buddy. Hellblade, are you there? Hellblade, I'm going to give you 10 seconds. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, what's up, buddy?
Yeah, I'm here. Your mic's kind of messed up.
Go.
Okay, I've actually been taught critical race theory, so I just wanted to mention a lot of the complaints I'm hearing.
Yeah.
I was not taught in that way.
What were you taught? What were you taught?
Well, no, like I heard he's talked about separating students. That never happened in my class. That never. Usually, the video you showed where they where she said, white people are racist, something that was never taught. They never said anything similar to that.
Okay.
I think more their complaints are how it's taught rather than and who's teaching it rather than the actual curriculum.
Gotcha. Okay. All right, fair enough. Are you glad you were, let me ask you this. What was the number one thing you took away from being taught critical race theory?
Well, most of the stuff I already agreed with. I think more or less because it was only a section of my class. It was a cultural anthropology class.
Okay.
Section of it was in race from a critical race thing. I think more or less it exposed me to different cultures. Like one of the things was that Native Americans, they talk quite a bit about that, and I think it exposed me more to more open and learned about the issues and in that scenario.
Right. Okay, fair enough. All right, man, thank you so much for calling. I appreciate it, buddy.
No problem.
All right, Hellblade, thanks, buddy. 44 Galuk says, thanks for the super chat, man. He says, great job having open discussions here, sir, even if I disagree with you. I wish I had all the characters it would take to thank you for God of War, but no, I appreciate that, buddy. And it wasn't just me. There was a whole goddamn hee-haw gang that made God of War, but I appreciate it on all of our behalf. Thank you, sir. Yeah, Kaiden Amo, call in, buddy. Absolutely. Okay, let me bring in Oh, this is him. All right, go, buddy. Is your mic working? Kane? How do I say your name? Kane Damo. Are you there? All right, fuck it. Let me bring in Cannibal Lecter. Cannibal Lecter's Jaffe. Go. Cannibal Lecter.
Yeah, I'm here. How are you today?
I'm good. Make it quick, though, buddy, because we're running low on time. What's up?
All right. So, let me just thinking, specifically with critical race theory, and I think you have to know the mistakes of your past so that you don't have to repeat it again.
Okay.
And I think that is the critical thing to understand from it. That is the most important thing of it. And, take it as I'm raising another issue, which is religion. But there's an understanding in Christianity, which I'm not Christian, but one of the things that I really enjoy is, well, not really enjoy, but really appreciate is the concept of the original sin. What is it? Is that you made mistakes in the past. Your ancestors made mistakes in the past. Take that mistake, learn from it, don't repeat it again, and get it and be a better person for it. And I think that is the most important thing of teaching these types of historical facts in a very appropriate way so that we as humanity can never forget.
I agree. Thank you, sir, for the call. 100% I agree, buddy. Thanks, man.
Cool.
All right, let me bring in Strafe has been waiting. Strafe, it's Jaffe. Go.
Howdy, Jaffe. Let me switch to voice activity real quick.
Okay. Fellas, he's switching to voice activity. This is a complicated technical process, but we think he'll be back online in about 4 seconds.
I'll try to keep it quick. There were a few different points I wanted to make about the past calls. I think at the highest political level, people are opposed to critical race theory because it exposes the lost cause of the South. It no longer allows them to call it the War of Northern Aggression when we know who fired on Fort Sumter and we know what the Cornerstone speech entailed. They criticize the method of education as if it's leading them to conclusions, but are all forms of education not that very thing? It is not the method, it is the conclusion that they have the problem with because it exposes their ideology. I noticed a lot of them talk about how it politicizes our education and how that is wrong. They often criticize politicization, but Western civilization is inherently political. Pericles intended for politics to be the discourse by which the public solves society's problems. We have been political since the very beginning. I think it's good to learn the full scope of our history for a more unified nation. I don't think it divides America. I, as a progressive individual myself, long for something akin to Teddy Roosevelt's New Nationalism, which is without racial ideology or xenophobia. But in order to achieve that, we have to overcome conscious and unconscious biases and make people of color feel safe and like they're truly equal citizens to white Americans. People also talk about it as if it's un-American, but the most patriotic thing one can do is acknowledging our nation's problems and tackling them.
That's right.
Our social contract promises life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, the last of which is a promise for a better tomorrow for all Americans in perpetuity. The march towards enlightenment, the very thing that man said was being eroded. It actually strengthens our resolve towards the path to enlightenment by doing this. We are not doing our part for the social contract if we are not making our fellow Americans' lives better always, solving our problems always. And I'd like to conclude this by saying I was familiar with the Tulsa Race Massacre, but about a year and a half ago, I was walking down the main promenade of the small community I live in, and my girlfriend, who is a woman of color, I was going to an antique store with her, and a man in a truck driving by yelled, "Get a rope." We did not know this at the time. We were going through the basement of our local museum, and we found a display commemorating victims of a lynching that happened in that very spot, a lynching that they refused to teach in local schools. And that has been a perpetual conflict in this local community for over 80 years. And that is exactly the kinds of conflicts that are being fought when it comes to critical race theory. They don't want people to know about those atrocities.
No, I think that's horrible, but I think that's absolutely true. The fact that that is still on enough people's minds, white people, that they would absolutely feel that way about someone because they're black. I can't. My head can't square it. Let me ask you this. This is somebody in the chat says this. I hear this a lot. Tell me what you think of this. He says, my ancestors, this is somebody, VVLMM. I don't know how to say your name. My ancestors are not me, he says, and I'm not rich, so I don't enjoy the spoils of my ancestors. They were no spoils. My family came from the working class. So I think it's this idea, and I don't know how to disabuse people of it, that that they feel whenever this comes up, they go, well, I'm white and I've had a tough life, or I'm white and I didn't enslave people. So why are you making me feel shitty? And it's like, why is it that do you think that is like a right-wing talking point that is used to make their own people push against this? I don't know anybody, for the most part. Like, I can look at critical race theory and say, yeah, it's important. We should discuss it. We should debate it. But no one's trying to sit there and say white people have it easy or never have any challenges. They're just saying, comparatively speaking, you don't have the same or as many problems as someone with black skin. You have other problems, and you may have more problems, but the deck is not stacked against you because you're a white male.
I do think it's fear mongering. It's induced fear, because there's many layers to it. On some level, for them to have guilt, then that guilt must be based upon their own beliefs and their own racial biases. I feel no guilt.
Right.
Why would I? But if they do, then there is some sort of reason that they feel that way, and it has not been pushed upon them by someone else. To be educated on our history and the full scope of it, there should draw no conclusions of self-doubt or self-hatred. The learning that history is solely to make better the nation. It has nothing to do with necessarily the individual and what the individual benefited from,
right,
or was disparaged from.
All right, I got you, and I think that's right. All right, man, thanks for calling in, buddy. I appreciate your
no problem.
Your well thought out position. Thank you, sir. Okay, I want to bring. There's a guy in the chat called Grant Kirkman, but I don't know who he is. On Discord, he says, put me on the show, and everyone in the chat's like, yeah, I want to hear what Grant has to say. I'm like, sure, but I don't have him in the chat. I have somebody named Kane Damo. I obviously have Mite, which I'm going to bring on in a second to talk about Gamergate, and I have Tripster, are the only ones who haven't spoken. So can somebody tell me where this guy is? I'm more than happy to put him on. Hello, Rob the Mod. How you doing, buddy? Brad says, rich black guy has an easier life than poor white dude. Again, you're not understanding, Brad, and I know you're a journalist, and I know you're a smart guy. No one is saying a black person can't have a easier life than a white person. No one is saying a black person can't go on to have bigger riches and bigger success in America or in the world. That's not what people are saying, but it's almost like people get so... They get their dander up or their guard up, and it's like, just listen. No one's saying you're wrong about that. What they're saying is the very nature in America at this point in time of being born a black individual is going to, it's almost like you leave the hospital with a blanket and a little cap for your head because you get cold. And if you're white, that's all you leave with. If you're black or a person of color, you also leave with certain things that you're going to have to put up with by the very nature of the color of your skin. And that, in a lot of ways, but not only, is built on the way the country was founded and built, okay? That does not mean that black kid can't go up and have a great life that dwarfs the quality of life of a bunch of white people. Of course they can. But that's not what anyone's saying. Brad says, I've literally had people tell me that a homeless white guy is more privileged than Will Smith. I think if you are saying all things being equal, if you take away Will Smith's celebrity, they're right. Like Obama said, look, before I was president, I still had a hard time getting a cab because he was a black guy. It doesn't mean that Will Smith doesn't have a much better life, Brad. And you know what they're talking about. They're saying that all the problems that white guy has, being black isn't one of them. But in America, even Will Smith is going to deal with racism. That's all they're fucking saying. All right, let me bring on Grant. Grant, where are you, buddy? Grant, are you there?
Much better life, Brad.
Hello?
Yeah, you gotta turn down your TV, man.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
I can hear you great.
All right, awesome.
What's up? Are you there? Dude, where are you, buddy? Guys like, put me on the show. People in the chat are saying, you're not letting anybody with a dissenting opinion speak. I put him on the show and he goes away.
Oh, no.
Where'd you go, Grant? All right, well, who's this new fella? Who's this Grave Doll? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, bud, it's Isaac Burzens.
Oh, what's up?
Not too much. Just wanted to ask a question about the two-party system. What your thoughts are, and if we could improve it, that kind of stuff.
Well, yeah, of course we could improve it. I think the biggest problem, and there was a candidate that that was running a couple of years ago. It may have been in 2016, where he said, "Look, my only job is to get in, to be president, make all elections publicly funded in America, and then I'll get out. Then I'll quit." Right?
Yeah.
Ultimately, we have a real problem with the way our elections are funded. There is too much power, and I understand it's the Constitution, and there is a point where you have to kind of say the Constitution was written to be amended, and maybe we're at a point where the corporate interests have been able to manipulate the system to such a degree that we can't really give the democracy a chance to work, because both parties, even though I don't agree that both parties are the same, I would much rather have Joe Biden in office than Donald Trump, and I appreciate there are people that would like the opposite. But both parties are beholden to the same special interest, and they do it because they think,
correct,
if I allow myself to get in bed with the devil, I'm still going to be in power, and that's going to let me do some good. And I mean, and frankly, that's the system. That's the only way to do it. And so I think the only way this is ever going to really get fixed is if we absolutely do what they do. I think in Europe, right? Europe or England says, look, it's taxpayer funded. There's no reason you should be raising fucking money to run for political office. That is absolutely ridiculous. There's no reason it should be the circus it is, unless the ideas are circus worthy. But that's the problem. Yeah. So that's my answer.
Yeah, and just, as a flip side too, is that I'm speaking as a Canadian. We have more than two parties, but still struggle with the same issues that you face. However, I don't see an end in sight to solving this. It's very similar to Democrats and Republicans, just with a little bit of NDP thrown in as well. But thanks for your time, and thanks for the
one sec. How do you guys fund your elections? Are they private?
There is public donations allowed, but I believe it's up to $2,000 per person. Some organizations will leverage actually their employees to donate to certain areas, but everything's public facing and it's limited at $2,000. However, the same issues do occur stateside as well. So you're looking at special interest, even looking at Justin Trudeau, who's in scandal after scandal. Unfortunately, it's the same bullshit, just a little bit more limited.
Right. Understood. All right, man. Thank you for the call. Appreciate it, bud. All right, there he goes off into the night. Let me try Grant again. Let's see if we can get him on. Grant, you are the great right hope. Are you there? Grant, why have you forsaken me, Grant? Are you there, Grant? Come on, man. All right. Sean the Best, you're on. What's up, baby? Sean the Best.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
Yes, hi. So, first off, I thank you for talking about this discussion. I'm pretty awesome. So, critical race theory. I'm trying to understand, what is it, and what's why do people make the assumption that it's only the right that disagree?
Why do people think that it's only the right that disagree? I think if you did a survey, you would not find that only the right disagree, but I do think it's probably because you got to turn. Let me get rid of this guy in the background. Hang on a sec, bud. 1 second. Is that everybody? Okay. My guess would be it's because historically, most of the discussion about policy that tends to go against racial harmony and education tends to come from the right. That would be why I think. Now, you could surprise me, and my mind is open to being surprised if you said, Jaffe, did you know that the vast majority of people that are opposed to this are actually on the left? I would say, no, I did not know that. It doesn't make it any more correct. It's still stupid that they're opposed to it. But that's, I think, why most people at least knee-jerk, like myself, and make the assumption that it is a right-wing talking point.
One more question?
Yeah.
So, I thought the point was to end racism, but so why are we thinking that critical race theory is the way to end this? I'm like, what does critical race theory does to end it when it seems like it actually exacerbated it or making it worse?
Why do you think it exacerbates it first? Then I'll answer your question.
Because in my opinion, it clearly target white people or the color of skin of white people to believe that they are the problem and that they're not. I can understand when you make the argument that you're going throughout history, but when you go through history, everybody has been one slave. And when you look at America also the one that actually helped or throughout the Enlightenment period has had the discussion to end slavery, at least made the effort and continue to make the effort, made the policies, made the law to make it what it is now. Now all of a sudden we have an issue with it. I mean, we're saying that, white people are the problem. At least it seems to me that people saying that white people are the problem or white people are the issue or the law that they have made, where clearly they have made laws that's only for minorities or for black people. So I'm trying to understand, like, how is the white people fault, or why does it think white people fault when they're actually making laws for minorities and it's not really doing nothing? Or I guess somewhere throughout the communication when it comes to law, they're not taking advantage of it, or they're just failing still.
So my answer is, I'll give you 3 examples of the high concept of it, though, is that you don't heal something by ignoring it. And the theory goes that because of the way the country was founded, fundamentally speaking, there are still very foundational racist policies, conscious and unconscious, that affect the lives of all Americans. And so you can say all this does is exacerbate it, but you have to acknowledge to heal. You can't, you know what happens when you're talking about an individual that has some kind of trauma, and instead of just working through it and dealing and mourning it, they just continue to shove it down and down and down. It comes out in other ways. It comes out in drinking. It comes out in being an abusive asshole. It comes out for some people where they can't handle their stress like me and they eat. Right? There's a lot of ways that the inability to deal with your life in a healthy way will fuck you up. And this is that at a societal level, right? So we still have, according to the theory, and I agree with this, we still have, and I grew up in Alabama. I'm not a black guy, obviously, but I saw this firsthand. We still have a lot of inequality, and what makes it worse is sort of the gaslighting, where you're telling a lot of black people will come on and say, this is a real thing. This, I get that there are some black people that have been on my show that say, I don't ever have a problem if a cop's behind me. But the majority of black people that come on the show that I ask, they go, yeah, it's nerve-wracking because I've been pulled over before, and it's clear the only reason they pull me over is because I'm a black guy, right? The fact of the matter is that I'm not, who am I to tell that person that that's not true, right? But I certainly can look at facts. I can look, like I said to the earlier caller, I can look at Social Security when it was founded, and I can tell you that 2/3 of black people were not eligible for Social Security because of the work that they did. I can tell you that mortgage lending programs helped, after World War II, helped a bunch of white people, but no black people basically get homes. And that's still to this day. There's less of, being able to gift your children your home or your wealth, because a lot of black people after World War II weren't able to get in on real estate because banks would not give them loans because they literally said it would bring down the property value. The last one that people bring up a lot, and they say, oh, well, that's in the past, is the whole sentencing for cocaine versus crack. And crack is cheaper, and crack was in the inner city, and cocaine was in more of the white-collar areas. Well, they go, well, why are these black families all fatherless? And I'm like, well, okay, well, I'm telling you a big reason, according to statistics, is because a lot of these dads went to jail for a lot of the things that white dads were doing, and they just got a slap on the wrist. But instead, these people would rather think that black people are what? Just inherently shittier fathers? I mean, fundamentally, that's a racist thought. The fact that because you're a black guy, you're going to be more prone to leave your family is just a ridiculous idea. It's all this stuff is marbled in. So that is why it's important to talk about and teach, not because white people should feel guilty, but because this is real shit and it's affecting people every day.
I mean, yeah, no, I totally hear you. I totally, I mean, you probably didn't know, but yes, I am a black man.
Okay.
I don't agree with the things like you have said or like what has spoken, but I wanted to listen and like trying to like get them understand the mindset that they're coming from.
Sure. Yeah. What is your mindset? You're a black guy, and you think. Let me ask you this: as a black guy, do you think there are institutions in America that are not necessarily intentionally anymore, but are fundamentally racist?
What do you mean fundamentally?
Well, I mean, do you think? Why do you think black men per capita? Because black people only make up 12% of the population, but at a percentage level, there's higher black incarceration in prisons than white men. Why do you think that is? If it's not racist, what do you think it is?
Well, like I say it's a lot of factors, but like one of them, I'll just go like one step at a time. So factors, I definitely agree. It's definitely an issue with the police system. I will say that the police has a lot of power, a lot of authority, and I will definitely say that when it comes to the left, like checking the police, it's good in some type of way. I don't think the idea of getting rid of police is not it's really fucking terrible idea.
That's totally different topic. You were asking what?
No. I'm just trying to get to the levels. Okay. Just hear me out.
All right.
So when it comes to the police system, getting rid of the police. Actually, crimes go up in the black communities and actually get worse and they commit more crimes. Now you ask me that, why do black people per capita get arrested in these communities? I will say that probably because they commit the crimes. I'm like, they commit a lot of crimes, probably very high in those communities. Now, same thing when it comes to white people. I'm sure that white people also commit crimes, but statistically, black people do commit more crimes in their own communities.
Okay,
that's a possibility.
But hang on. Yeah. Let's assume that is well, like Sumo says, let's ignore Wall Street and white collar crimes, and let's also ignore the fact that more often than not you can be a white guy arrested, but you don't go to jail. But let's assume for the moment that your theory is correct that more black people commit crimes than white people if you take into account percentages, if you're not talking about the number of people, okay? So why do you think that might be? If that were true, why would that be true? Are black people just worse than white people? Are they more evil?
No, clearly it got to be in it got to be their culture. So like in my community, I'm like, you don't know my history or backgrounds, but many times I have witnessed family members or other people that just happen to be black commit many crimes, and they get fed gold, they get released, and they commit more than one crimes. I'm sure that's on every the law or the court to give them many chances and to commit the same crimes over them. But culturally, I will say that black people. At least what I see is that it's more destructive, and we're a tight-knit community. So when it comes to us committing crimes, we're in inner cities. So it seems like more. I'm sure that when you go to maybe white people, crackheads, or something like that, they commit crimes too, but they're more spread out. So it don't seem like a lot. but we're focused on the inner cities because that's what everybody focus on congregating. So I think we got to the media focus on the black communities and how I assume that shows them getting arrested or getting in trouble, but it's actually the culture and how they've been raised or how they've been taught. It's definitely educational, but the public school, it's many factors. Public school is shit. We both agree, correct, on that matter?
For the most part, yeah.
Yeah.
Unless you happen to be in a really wealthy neighborhood.
Yeah, I've been raised by a single mother. I don't, I could have went through that path, but I had made decisions, luckily the right decisions. I'm making good. I was in mid-class pay. I work for FedEx, drive trucks.
Yep.
And me working, worked for Coca-Cola for a couple of years, then went to electrician, couldn't really afford it, so I just left and got into trucking. Continued my trucking career.
Okay.
And went from there. So it's, we all make choices. I'm the individualist. So it's I think that it's up to you to make the decisions. But when it comes to society, it's up to all of us to make decisions that because I could make decisions for myself, but when we vote, it's if we all make, I guess, not educated or believe that this will work and it actually does work, we all suffer as a community, as a group. We can't get caught up in this thing that we're just because of color of skin. I don't agree with that.
I appreciate that and I understand, but I have to push back, even though I'm not a black guy. I have to say, look.
Yeah, no, you good.
I think there's this talking point going around because I see a lot of people put up these videos of black men that are like, I don't want this critical race theory. I don't want this. I don't need, I don't want to be pushed down and stuff. And it's like that is almost irrelevant. It's not suggesting that if you're a black guy, you don't have the ability to make an amazing fucking enviable life for yourself. It's more about the fact that a black guy shouldn't have to work as hard to overcome shit that isn't even a problem for a white guy. That's the only problem I have with it, is that it should be equal within reason. I mean, nothing's totally equal. There's always going to be some kind of privilege, but it shouldn't be that if you happen to have been born with white skin or black skin, that's an automatic handicap or an automatic booster for your character. I just think that's a little bullshit and unfair.
Yeah. So when you say that, it's unequal, what do you mean? Like when it comes to hiring or when it comes to having conversations?
Well, it's everything. So the idea of black people committing more crime. Well, why do black people commit more crime? Well, my guess is that a lot of it does have to do with things, if you go all the way back to Social Security, where you couldn't have families building wealth and passing it on. You couldn't have families after World War II buying homes. And in that, you couldn't build wealth and sell real estate. You basically have a lot more men that are black incarcerated for the same crimes that white people were doing for the last 30 years. That crime or that law has been stricken, but the ramifications, which is a lot of fatherless homes in the inner city, those ramifications live on to this day, and that becomes generational. And so crime comes, people say, oh, it's a class issue. Of course it's a class issue. But it's a class issue that is born in a lot of ways out of racist behavior.
So I'm like, what point in time or period you're saying that because black people have suffered this? I would say during slavery, don't you? Okay, during slavery, physically or throughout, family. When it comes to family, I believe that it's family. Family is the most important thing in when it comes to any unit, any color relationship. Okay. I assume that we agree that having a father there, unity, it works out. It benefits the family unit, and the prosper, the generation goes on, it goes strong. Correct?
Okay.
And you're saying that because the black man is not there or something like that, and I'm like, I mean, but don't you think that you should blame welfare instead because the welfare is the one that actually separates the family? Do you agree with that? Then,
Do I
but
think
in
that?
1960, yes,
Do I?
in 1960s, like welfare showed up and actually made it worse for the black family.
How did welfare make it worse? I'm not saying you're wrong, but how did welfare make it worse for
Yeah.
the black family in 1960?
Well, when they passed the policy, they also made laws and policies that the man cannot be there in the family home. So the woman could actually get that. When it became women could get homes, she can't. The father couldn't be there. The father couldn't be there. You know what I'm saying?
No.
So the father. So
you're saying you could get the check even if the father wasn't there.
No. The woman, once she has a child, she's able to pay for everything, but the father cannot be present. The father can't be present.
The father cannot be present.
He can't be in the household or nothing like that. No representation of the father at all.
You're telling me the only way a mother can get a welfare check is if
No. I'm not. Now I'm talking about the policy that was made when it came to the welfare in the 1960s. That they made rules that saying that the father cannot be present in the household for her to keep the benefits. The father cannot be present.
I'm looking this up. I don't know if I understand.
Yeah, I understand. My apologies. This is me talking to dumb. So my fault that I'm paraphrasing instead of actually doing the research like you are, or actually look at it. But yeah, my understanding is that when it came to the welfare, it got worse and separate the family unit. And once the family unit deteriorates, that's when we have the generation of the unfairness you talk about when it comes to the white and the blacks. Now, when it comes to the white people also affected, or Europeans also affected as well in the United States. When it comes to welfare, it's just that it affected the black people first, or the black families first. But white people still getting affected now. I'm sure that you see when it comes to white people, you see them like I won't say ghetto women, but white. You see white women now, and they having the issues with their husbands or their boyfriends. Yeah. Their father's not in the household. It's also a cycle that repeating. I think it's society. It's mostly because of society when it comes to the welfare, not because of the black or white thing. It's the policies that we thought was a good idea were actually bad ideas.
Okay, well, let's just take welfare briefly, real quick. White, black, or otherwise, do you think welfare is a good idea?
No, I don't.
And how do you define welfare, just so we're all in sync?
Government assistance.
Government assistance. Why is that not a good idea? Why, if a man, woman, or family is struggling to make ends meet, why would we not want to have a compassionate society that says we're going to help you out? We don't want you to fall between the cracks. We want people to have a safety net, because think about it, a lack of welfare, all that really does is play directly into the hands of corporations. It's like you must always work, you must never get fired, you can't get sick, because if you get sick and you get fired, you won't have health insurance. I mean, don't you see how all of these policies are built to do nothing more than put money in the pockets of the corporations that control everything, including the politicians? Why would you not want a system? There's a guy on my Discord who made a great game last year called Pumpkin Jack, and he left his company or got fired from his company. In France, you can leave your company, and the government will pay a year of your salary while you try to figure out how to get your life back together. And in that year, he founded a company, started a business, and now he's really successful. Well, in America, a lot of people don't have that opportunity because if you get sick, you have to work, right? Why would we not want something like welfare?
Oh well, that's a mouthful. I always say I like Cinderella's stories are pretty nice. I'm like pretty cool that he has a government that's willing to pay welfare, to help him out. I'm saying when it comes to welfare, I mean like we don't. The deficit is high because we don't pay it. We're responsible. So we giving people free things. I'm sure I want to help everybody, but the fact is that we don't pay. We don't pay back into those type of systems. That's why the deficit is so high.
No, it's not. Okay, so why is that? Why? I'm not saying that's entirely wrong, but why is that what the right jumps on? Maybe this is why there's such a divide between the right and the left, because the left thinks the right is mean, and the left thinks the right is mean, and the right thinks the left is soft. Right? The fact of the matter is, just take companies I'm familiar with because I've worked in and now I work about the video game industry. I mean, there was one of the biggest video game companies in the world is Activision. They skip paying taxes. Amazon doesn't pay their share of taxes. Talk about paying money back into the system. You don't have Republicans raising the roof and saying this is ridiculous. Jeff Bezos, it's insane that he doesn't pay the taxes. It's insane Amazon doesn't pay the taxes. That would help to fund a lot of this shit. But instead it's like, oh, it's the poor black mother or white mother who can't afford to make ends meet and she's working 2 jobs just to get the paycheck. She's the one that needs reform. I mean, how is that not fair?
Well, I don't know. When you call them corporations and stuff, I'm talking about strictly people, but corporations.
I am as well. But ultimately, though, we're basically talking about maybe the reason the left sees it the way we do. It comes off as so mean-spirited. It's like if you were like a real fiscal conservative and you're like, look, I don't think Bezos should get away with that. I don't think that, even though I wouldn't agree with you, I would say, okay, at least these people are consistent. But I'll tell you, the minute I start giving a fuck about the right complaining about welfare will be when someone on the right says, let's also close all the tax loopholes that people that can afford tax lawyers are able to use to not pay their fair share into the system. But until that day, I don't really give a fuck what a rich, privileged person, which includes myself, by the way, thinks about welfare.
Oh, okay. Well, the only thing I can say about that, when it comes to Jeff Bezos and Amazon, I believe that he was trying to build one in New York, like a building in New York, and it's something that trying to make the argument that he don't pay taxes and things like that. I believe that when it comes to corporations, they set the buildings up and they pay at the end of the year. They don't pay right then and there. I
can show you data that says that Activision skipped out on all of their taxes in 2018, that they got tax credits from American citizens in the number of like $32 million. This is not, they're just paying them at different times of the year. They are offshoring this shit and they're not paying taxes.
I'm sorry, I had a call. I had to hang up. Sorry.
That's all right.
So you said the data.
I'm just saying it's very easy for you to Google and find out a lot of these companies are not paying taxes and they're getting tax breaks, and also individuals. I mean, think about the hypocrisy. Think about the fact that where are the Republicans shouting from the rooftops about all their rich friends and their rich selves that are cackling happily when they come home from their tax accountant going, ha ha ha, we didn't have to pay 20% of what we should have paid because we found these loopholes. And they have the gall to go and complain about people who are on welfare that can barely afford to fucking eat. Think about that.
Oh, okay. I gotta go, but real quick, Jeff. Yeah. Is it possible you could just look up you saying that rich don't pay taxes at all, or like
no, of course rich people pay taxes. I'm saying that rich individuals more often than not are able to afford tax attorneys that allow them to get all kinds of crazy loopholes that are in the system. And corporations, big massive corporations, do not pay. Some of them don't pay tax at all, and most of them don't pay their fair share because they can do all kinds of tricks, because they can afford to pay do all kinds of tricks.
I mean, I'm trying to think. I think you talk capital, or I believe it's two different. I wish I was more informed about it when it comes to corporations.
I'll put some links up on the Discord. I'm going to let you go. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. You take care.
All right, you too, Sean. Thanks, man. I appreciate the call. All right, here's what we're going to do. Hearing welfare is wrong is so alien to me as a UK citizen, says Paul. It's important as the NHS. I agree. We pay tax to support those most in need. Never used it, but it's always happy to pay the tax. Paul, let me tell you something. In America, here's the fucking deal. Here's the fucking deal, Paul. And this is what I believe. I've lived here 50 years. I have dealt with the indoctrination, the propaganda. America is the greatest country on the planet, blah, 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 blah. And there's a lot of goddamn great things about America. But the fact of the matter is, and this is not because we are fundamentally bad as human beings. People are people wherever they're born and wherever they're raised, okay? But we are a selfish, greedy country. The fact, Paul, that you can write that we pay extra tax to support those most in need and you are happy to do it says so much more about us in America than it does about you guys, because that is how we should be. Why it is so wrong to look out for people, and people are like, but they'll take advantage of it. And my answer is, so what? So what if 30 or 40% of people get one over on us? So what if the mother who's on crack and never lives her life at the level that you think is satisfactory to earn your taxes should basically get some money, and she lives her whole life on government assistance? So what? So she got away with it. Ha ha ha. Do you approve of everything your taxes go for? But think about this. Let's say 40% of the people that are on welfare are scummy, shitty people that take advantage of the system. You know what? There's still 60% of them that really fucking need it. Now, where's the compassion and humanity? We don't have it. But I can't blame Americans, because Americans themselves are in the rat race. They don't have a social safety net. They're told you have to work your ass off. If you get fired, you don't have health insurance. And they're like, well, why do I have to do it? But they don't. And that's a great question to ask as well. No one in America, no one in the world, no one existing as a human being should have to feel like they're one paycheck away if they get sick, they're going to be out on the fucking street. But that's the country we live in. And it's bullshit. Doesn't matter, mate. America gives more to its poor and to any other countries than any other country. It's an uncomfortable fact. It doesn't matter about charity. It matters about having a system that doesn't have to be dependent on any given day someone is being charitable. It needs to be part of our fucking laws. Food, shelter, and healthcare, says John, should be guaranteed for all. After that, we can say there's equal opportunity. I agree. 100%. 100%. Saul Goodman says, fun fact, 55 of the biggest corporations in this country paid zero in federal taxes in 2020. Yeah. Yep. Scott says, Jaffe, most of the things you want are exactly why America is indebted. No one cares, by the way. You don't care that America's indebted. Let's fucking be honest about that. I'm tired of people bringing up the national debt when they don't really even understand it. I'll tell you what, if you're worried about the national debt, stop buying products made in China. If you're worried about the national debt, stop buying Activision games because they capitulate to China and their horrible human rights government. I just turned down an incredibly lucrative job that came from China because I ain't going to work with a company that's that tied to that fucking government, okay? If you really give a goddamn fuck, like you say you do, about the debt, which is mostly coming due to China, how about we stop giving China so much of our fucking money? Jaffe, do you want us to live in cubes? I don't know what that means. If you're asking me, do I think that people should be less materialistic and stop chasing the things that they've been brainwashed by marketing that they need, like the big house, the big car, all that shit? Yeah, I think so. I think you should get your life correct. If you think happiness comes from things, that's a problem. All right, we're going to change topics now. I'm going to totally shift my mind. We're going to talk about Gamergate. We've had Mike waiting for a very long time. I appreciate this discussion. We are now going to switch to video games, but I really do have to take a moment. So this isn't shtick. It literally is me meditating for like 10 seconds.
Don't need you to die on stream, Jaffe.
Okay. Thank you, Rob. I appreciate that. Let us bring on the man of the hour who's been waiting to talk Gamergate. Mike, what do I call you? What is your name?
Michael.
Michael. Oh.
My name is very clever, I know.
Oh, I get it. Okay. Do you want to be? Do you want to be on video or just audio?
Let me see if I can get my video to work.
There you go. Okay, let me bring you on. 1 second, buddy. This is Michael. Now, let me give everybody the backstory of good Sir Michael. Michael hit me up and Colin Moriarty up with a video, and I didn't want to watch it because I like coming to this stuff totally fresh. But my understanding, hang on, let me get you on the screen. That's weird. My understanding, though, is you had some stuff to say about the conversation Colin and I had a couple of weeks back when it came to Gamergate. Is that correct?
Yeah, I was very late in getting a response up because I just didn't know if I was going to bother.
All right, so I have no idea. Why is? Hang on, let me get your face on. Hang on. No, that's the wrong key. Hang on. There we go. There we go. Who's that good-looking fella? Oh, it's Michael, everybody. It's Michael. So what is it that you wanted to respond to? What was it that was a challenge or that you agreed or disagreed with or whatnot?
Well, it was just some of the things that you had. You didn't talk too much about it, right? You just said, say in the video, I got into more detail, but I think the first thing you said was something along the lines of there was no leadership. You were like, you didn't understand. There's no leadership. There was no manifesto.
Yeah.
Things along that line.
You're talking. So we're all clear. You're talking about Gamergate.
Yeah, because it seemed like just a wall of Twitter text for 18 months or however fucking long that was.
Yep.
But there was sort of a loose leadership structure. Like anyone who was involved from day one would go back and tell you, oh yeah, there was Sargon, there was Christina Hoff Summers got involved later. But these people are not journalists. They're much more politically inclined than anything to do with ethics and games journalism. But there were people involved very early on, like William Usher, who I think ran into his own issues with his site down the road. But Oliver Campbell, a couple other people who were really focused on the journalism aspect.
Okay.
Even people like Sargon. People like Sargon were really focusing on it at first.
Okay.
And then he had nutsos like Milo Yiannopoulos. He got his ass involved, but
ultimately though, how are you disagreeing? Because when I would talk to Gamergate people, and they would approach me online, I would say, well, do you have a website? Do you have a manifesto? What's your leadership like? We don't have that.
I would tell you to go to deepfreeze.it.
Yeah, but you would. But that's what I'm saying. I would. My point of why there was no leadership was that there wasn't, and what I was saying to them was they what I was talking to Colin about was that they almost presented that to me as a sense of pride, like we don't need a leadership. And I was like, okay, I was like, yeah, no doubt. I was like, well, if you care about your cause, history is filled with ways that political causes are achieved, and I guarantee you there are very few you will find that are just made up of people every day randomly taking up your cause and saying it's about this and disagreeing. The whole thing kind of collapses. So that was my point to Colin, which is like, if you don't have leadership and you don't want leadership and you're not offering anything better, it's hard for me to take your cause all that seriously.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And that was a point that I had brought up early on because I was one of the larger figures in it.
Okay.
And I took a lot of shit from a lot of people because if you look at the video, I cite a bunch of things in there. There's links in the description, things you can look at.
Right.
And there's an image. It's just a ball of data, basically, and has a bunch of names on it. It's basically where most of the information early on from Gamergate, the names on Twitter, who they were filtering through. So it's a ball, and it has a bunch of lines going through it. So you'll understand when you look at it. It's the people who were filtering the most information for Gamergate at the time.
Okay.
And I'm on there. I'm one of the larger names. So that was way back then. But I didn't give much a shit about the cultural nonsense that came in, and nobody really did. So at first it was legit just ethics and games journalism. It was saying, hey, you guys want to update your ethics policies, or maybe just have an ethics policy. We noticed that you're covering up for people, and you're bullshitting and saying this happened here when it didn't, and there's details in the video you can watch sometime, but it was just a mess. So
okay, so was that your main thesis though?
There was something else you had mentioned.
Well, okay, so people to this day still say they're like Jaffe's Gamergate, and all I ever did, and I never was.
You told Kuchera to go fuck himself, basically.
Well, that wasn't even Gamergate. I had nothing to do with Gamergate.
No, but people associated it with it.
Yeah, people are fucking morons. People are like, they're not educated. It's all black and white. And I'm like, but here's the deal. I said to this person online, they said, let me send you a document or a PDF or just like an image, like a poster of what Gamergate is. And at the very bottom, all it said was, Gamergate is for ethics and journalism and is not for harassing women or something like that. Right?
I know what you're talking about.
And I copied it and I said, well, okay, if this is what Gamergate is, then sure, I'm a proud member of Gamergate. Because who would disagree with not wanting ethical journalism, and who would agree with harassing women? And suddenly and again, no one wants nuance, and I don't care anymore. People would say, Jaffe, you have to understand that's the internet. I'm like, I don't care. I won't play the game. I would rather just be a pariah and have a lot of people turn me off and think badly about me than go, I have to be a fucking moron when I explain things to people. Okay, so... But no, and because, yes, of course, like Sumo in the chat says, so Gamergate wasn't about harassing women. Excuse me.
No, it wasn't.
Keep going.
Twitter eggs got a kick out of it. I mean, that was kind of their thing. When you have people who aren't some of the more mainstream voices of the consumer revolt that was Gamergate, because at the beginning of it, that's all it was. It was just a consumer revolt, basically. And then it took on a fucking life of its own because you had a bunch of political people getting involved because the people that we were accusing of journalistic malpractice essentially turned around and said, well, you wouldn't be saying this unless this person wasn't a woman. If this person wasn't a woman, you wouldn't be bringing this up. And it's like, I really couldn't give a shit less if it was a woman, a dude, a dog. Like, I don't give a shit. The idea is stupid. The idea is bad. I'm just telling you the idea is stupid and bad, and here's why.
Right.
So all of a sudden, it's politics. And this is 2014, but leading into Gamergate, you had a good couple of years of articles popping up like, the gaming community, man, they're fucking really toxic. And what's all this toxic masculinity? And have you heard the Xbox Live Call of Duty chat? Oh my god. It's like, yes, this is dudes being dudes. And then there's women getting a bunch of shit online. It's just the nature of the beast. Like, what the fuck do you want literally everybody to do about it?
Well, well, hang on a second. So let's be clear. Ethics and game journalism, and I want to talk to you about that briefly in a minute, but how much of Gamergate then, to echo Sumo, was so you're basically saying one of the tenets of Gamergate was to take these articles that were pointing out the harassment of women online or guys doing hate speech online. Gamergate did not want articles like that written. You thought that was an unethical thing.
No, that was fine. I mean, it's an opinion piece at that point.
Right. So
I think there's just things that led up to it for the political aspect of things. It was Patricia Hernandez and people like that at Polygon and Kuchera and others who were just spinning this narrative, and then next thing you know, Gamergate happens, and within like a week or two, you had Rock Paper Shotgun, you had Kotaku, Polygon, Destructoid, you had all these publications writing the Gamers Are Dead articles. You remember that shit?
That was Kama Sutra. That was Leigh Alexander.
Yeah, she started it. But then there were a bunch of copycat articles from a bunch of different publications, and people were like, wow, it's almost like you have a little group, you're all talking together and forming a narrative.
Right.
And they were, and that was the whole Game Journal Pros thing. I don't know if you remember that.
I do, but and look, the game journalists don't have any love for fucking me. Are you kidding? They don't like me at all.
They fucking like you at all. You're too open-minded.
Okay, but my question is, when you're bringing that up, I was also confused by this part about ethics. So the stuff you're talking about, who cares what Stephen Totillo writes? Who cares what Patricia Hernandez or Leigh Alexander writes? There's a lot of people that write shit I don't like that I just choose not to read. Who cares what Sean Hannity says? I don't agree with him politically. So other than every now and then tuning in to make sure that I'm not in an echo chamber, he's a guy who's not really on my radar. Why? And the funny part was I was always just like, well, the best way to deal with it if you really don't like these journalists is support journalists that you do like. And the only ones that really popped were things like One Angry Gamer, which is one of the most toxic, awful, horrific communities. I mean, I tried to hang in with that guy as long as I could because I'm an open-minded guy. And even though I hate racism and stuff, I figured he has a right to be racist. But man, his community is it's just, so fucking hateful that you would think Gamergate would have been like, you know what? Let's make our own website and let's put up journalists that really are about ethics and game journalism and let's win that way. What did you hope would happen? That Kotaku would get shut down?
Well, some people really did try. There was this thing, I don't know if you remember this thing, it was called Operation Disrespectful Nod. Do you remember this shit?
No.
It's a common thing. I mean, the left and the right, I would imagine, do it quite a bit, but you hear it more from the left because people like Tucker Carlson complain about it more. He'll say things like, man, they're trying to shut down our advertisers, taking our advertisers away. People have been doing that for a very long time. That's what Operation Disrespectful Nod was. It was an email campaign.
I remember that. Okay, I didn't know it was called that, but okay, I know what that is. Yep.
Yeah, that was the whatever meme name they came up for it, and it was mildly successful, but it wasn't as successful as say, Hulk Hogan versus Gawker.
Sure, but let me ask you, why even do that? Why not just stop going to the website?
I actually caught a bunch of shit for this because I thought that was stupid and a waste of time and it wasn't going to get rid of anything. It's just going to take some advertisers away. The smoke's going to blow over. The advertisers will come back. That's what they do. They like money. The clicks are there. They'll come back and they'll get it. So I thought it was stupid. And because I thought it was stupid, I kind of got cut out after that. Some Twitter eggs kind of came after me and they managed to figure out where I lived. And then they photoshopped some weird pictures of my baby daughter that I had at the time. And I had Child Protective Services come up after me, so I'm not a big fan of these fucking people.
Did you get what happened to your baby daughter? Did she go away?
Oh no, because I know the cops. I'm
ex-military. You said you had her at the time.
Yeah. Well, she's still alive and well.
It's good.
She was a baby at the time.
I understand. Okay, but even that, like, there's a guy in the chat, Brad Glasgow, who is a journalist. He says the problem, Jaffe, is that there's no real alternative. Every major gaming publication is far left, intersectional Marxist. Okay, that seems extreme, but let's assume for the moment that's absolutely true. I know what you're saying, Brad, and I think you're right to an extent. There is definitely a group think amongst a lot of these major sites, no doubt. But if you're basically saying there's no alternative, then what you're really saying is there's no market. I mean, trust me, if there's a market for Fox News, if there was a market for a more, what maybe you guys would call fair, maybe what some people would call centrist, I don't fucking know, some people would call right-wing, I don't know. But if there was a market for a different kind of games journalism, then wouldn't that be filled? I mean, what would stop you from opening up a website that's all the kind of journalism about video games that you want to do?
Yeah. Well, funny you mentioned that. There was a site that started around that time. There was this girl named Jenny Barrage, and she's gone on to do some influencer stuff.
Okay.
But she, at the time, they started this website called basedgamer.com, and if you look it up now, I don't think it fucking exists. It didn't really get very big, but the idea was there, and I think they found out pretty fast production value can be great and everything can be fantastic, but writing video game news without just looking at a press release and copy and pasting it and being like, well, that's the news, now what? It's like, yeah, you might have to get out and do some actual fucking journalism, which is why people like Jason Schreier, as much as I disagree with him politically on basically everything, he's a great fucking journalist occasionally. He has some great pieces.
Comparatively speaking, if you can,
Comparatively speaking, yes. In the gaming journalism realm.
Right, yeah,
and I mean, that's the other thing. I wanted to talk about this as far as ethics and gaming journalism. Gamergate actually did care about it, right? And I can prove this because we actually put a little coalition together and they met with the Society of Professional Journalists.
Okay.
And they got something done. I mean, the SPJ told us for a long time, basically, fuck off. I mean, we don't want any part of this.
Okay.
But one guy who was there, I think it was Michael Koretsky was his name, he heard us out and he ended up getting this award created, the Kunkel Award. And I think this Kunkel dude, he used to write for like Atari magazine or some shit a million years ago or something. And it's been an award for the past 5 or 6 years, since 2015. So for excellence in video game journalism.
Okay.
I mean, so we got that done. It's just to promote the idea, like, hey, let's reward these guys who actually do good journalism.
Yeah.
And
Look, man,
I
I got lambasted on my blog, and I stopped doing a blog a while ago, but it's still up, and you can go see it, where the game journalists came after me because I proposed, hey, everybody's complaining about game journalism. Why don't we do a Kickstarter? And every year, let's raise like $130,000 or let's raise as much as we can in this month, and every journalist gets $100,000. And if we make more than $200,000, we get 2 journalists, and everyone votes. And that journalist won't have to be beholden to a corporation or to a website. They can just use that money to live for a year and write about what they think is important. And all the journalists, yeah, well, it's happening now. That's what Colin Moriarty does. He's making a hell of a lot more than $100,000 a year. A lot of these guys are, and ladies are, and they should be, because ultimately they did exactly that. They said, the audience will be there if we give them what they want. But the game journalists came after me. It's like, they were like insulting me because I thought that $100,000 was worthy. They're like, we don't make close to that. You're so out of touch. I'm like, I know you don't make close to that. I'm saying if you're doing good work, you should make a great living. And they just, they couldn't handle it. But I mean, I agree that a lot of the gaming press is shit. But again, I don't agree that the goal is to tear them down. I think the goal should be to build up something that's better.
No, I agree with you 100%. I mean, that was one of the reasons I had the biggest issue with that whole email campaign stuff, because a lot of time and resources got put into that. People kind of took their eye off the ball, and they just spent all their time sending emails to advertisers. And it's like, well, you could just spend all this time
because they weren't
making your own site.
Yes, because they weren't serious, and that's why they didn't like me. Yeah. Because if you really cared about this, and it wasn't just something that made you feel part of a tribe, and it didn't make you feel like, you were welcomed and wanted for your views that maybe were outcast in a lot of other places, you would actually sit down and do that. You would go, okay, well, what's our goal, and what are the 8 steps to get to that goal? And I guarantee you one of those 8 steps would have easily been, let's start figuring out ways to fund websites that, you think the GamerGate community couldn't have kickstarted enough money to launch a website? Of course they could have.
They did raise $150,000 for various charities, including a feminist game jam thing, purely to piss off Zoe Quinn because she tried to shut it down. Okay. But that was the one thing. I mean, they had the capability to raise money. They did it. It's just they didn't do anything really with it after the fact.
So was there anything I said with my conversation with Colin then that you disagreed with? Because it sounds like we pretty much agree on this stuff.
Well, that's something I wanted to mention. Mainly the leadership thing. I wanted to tell you that there was an attempt for a leadership structure to form in some essence. It's just they did not want it. And for the most part, the people who were really big and people who got the biggest out of this and who probably got the most out of Gamergate, none of them are involved with games anymore. They're either political commentators or they're professional victims for a living. They were before and they are now. So that's just the way it is. On either side of it, that's what you pretty much had: political commentators and then professional victims, people who don't create really good content, but because people hate the shitty content they create and catch a lot of shit for it, they can use identity politics and profit off of that. And that's just what they were doing before. It's what they did during and after. So,
do you think gamers suffer right now because there's a lack of a specific kind of journalism, or do you think YouTube and Twitch and all that has filled that void?
I really think, for the most part, that's the issue of ethics in game journalism. It's like they had the issues. It was solely focused on print, or online print, and it's like, well, geez, these people are posting these articles and they're getting 30,000 views on this, and it's like you're kind of getting mad over nothing. In a lot of ways, it was getting really mad at a market that just wasn't worth getting so much pent up energy released on,
Right.
But I think YouTube, Twitch has really. I mean, that's the other thing, is that these guys, Kotaku, Polygon, etc., they didn't like YouTube back then. They didn't like the rise of the YouTube gamer community or whatever, the market that was forming there, because they were slow to get on it and their content sucks in that form.
Right.
So you had all these people blowing up, and they that's new media, but it wasn't wasn't the newest media at the time.
Right.
So YouTube was blowing up, and it's very obvious they don't fucking like YouTubers. They never did. So that's one thing. They don't like the money going anywhere but to them, and that's just kind of where it is in eyes and clicks.
What I will tell you is the one thing the one thing that feels worrisome to me and problematic to me. Oh,
it's
no worries. The problem to me is that, you know, if and again, it's not the journalist's responsibility, it's the consumer's responsibility to stop consuming their product. But to me, I look at things like I said to Colin, when you have Bobby Kotick on stage, like Dean Takahashi did, and you don't grill him on, tax evasion and capitulation to China, that's a problem. When you have people covering Ubisoft, like I was talking to one of our regulars, great journalist, and I think he's in Portugal, and he's like, well, because I was saying today, it's like, you know, all these people covering Ubisoft's Avatar game, it's like, this is the same company that, you know, has had a lot of sexual harassment and toxic accusations, and some of them have been admitted. And there was also a report recently that came out and said that they haven't really gotten any better. And it's like, how can you, on one hand, report on Avatar and their press conference and not mention the fact that, hey, by the way, this is a company that maybe you should think about before you throw your money at them. You know, I'm not saying that every website should be agenda-based like that, but the fact that they have no problem criticizing these companies on one hand, but making a shit ton of money off of them when the big games release. Or they'll criticize Crunch, but they'll still review the games that are made with Crunch. And they'll still take the advertising from games that are made with Crunch. To me, you know, I can live with it because I don't really give a fuck. I can go other places if I don't like those sources. But it's certainly, I think I hope gamers are aware of just how hypocritical these people are. That they're taking all this shit from these people and complaining.
Yeah, I would hope. Like that's another thing. I mean, you talk a lot of shit about China, and there's a lot of people who are just gonna be real turned off about that because they go, Jesus Christ, this guy's gonna get me fired if I give this guy an interview. What if he mentions China? What if I put him on a live stream and he starts talking about how shitty Activision is because of their relationships with China? It might get me fired. And that's the thing with these people. They just want to protect their own interests, protect their bottom line. They just got no spine. Really, is what it boils down to.
Well, I mean, yeah, but I hear you, and I don't know what you do for a living, but I hear you, and the fact is, I have a spine because I'm privileged enough to have one. I don't know how much, if I didn't have money in the bank, if I didn't have investments, if I hadn't had a career already, I don't know if I would be so quick to turn down an offer from a big Chinese company that was going to give me creative freedom and over $100 million to direct a new AAA game that literally they said, let's make a God of War killer. I don't know if I would be comfortable talking about China. I'd like to think that I would, but, you know, you've got a kid as well, right? Or you've got kids. Ultimately, it's like Jean Valjean stealing the loaf of bread in Les Mis. It's, you know, we all want to think we're heroes, but at the end of the day, we will break the law to protect our own. We will do all kinds of things to protect our family and protect ourselves. And I don't think I'm above that. I think I just happen to be able to be privileged enough that it doesn't hit me that way. But you're goddamn right. If I had somebody on, I would ask him. If I had Bobby Kotick on, you goddamn right I would ask him about China. I would ask him about...
He was just on that panel or something not too long ago.
That's
and
right.
He just skates right through it with a shit-eating grin on his face, and it's like, could somebody ask this motherfucker a question that matters, please?
That's exactly right. But no, they won't. They won't. And then they have the gall to actually go after people like Colin. Again, I'm not like, you know, I'm not like, I like Colin a great deal. I'm not like, you know, the Colin Moriarty apologist, which he does not need anyway. But I do think he absolutely gets shit on by a lot of these people. There was a great article yesterday, and I forget what her name was. She used to, Sophia something. She used to work with Colin, but I don't think they're synced up anymore. But she was writing about, I was actually going to talk about it on stream, but let me just bring it up real quick because I thought it was really relevant to what we're talking about. Where is that? That's not it. That's what I was looking up for the other stream. Okay, hang on a second. Bear with me for 1 minute, if you would, please. She was talking about... Oh, it was the whole story about the Five Nights at Freddy's guy, who basically was revealed to have donated a bunch of money to Republicans. You know, and then his community was just like, fuck you, we hate you, and they were making death threats, and I guess the guy retired or whatever.
That's typical in this industry.
Yeah, I mean, a fan has every right to go look. I mean, I don't follow Five Nights. I don't follow the fandom. My understanding is the fandom is very left-leaning, LGBT, all that. When they found out he was making donations to Mitch McConnell and all that, they're like, go fuck yourself. We think you're a piece of shit now. That's their right.
The worst.
That's their right. I mean, he gave an excuse. He gave a reason why. And, you know, I have my own criteria for why I think someone will cross the line where I won't support them based on their donations, and everyone has that right. But the problem was this Sophia woman wrote this article, and she was like pointing out a bunch of game journalists that were like Patrick Klepek was one that literally just came out and was like, you know, he said something like, okay, you know, see ya, bye, like you're basically canceled for doing that. And it's just like,
yeah,
it's like, you know, unless this guy donated to Republicans on January 6th or after, and those Republicans, of which there are some, by the way, who literally are calling for civil war, like this representative in Alabama, or the FBI has come out recently and said that there are a number of high-ups in Trump's inner circle that knew about this and were hoping it would be successful. Unless you, if you can link that to that and go, you're donating to these people with the intent of helping what a lot of people would call an insurrection. Short of that, though, as much as I think Mitch McConnell is one of the most evil people on the planet, it's not illegal to donate to the guy. I think it's awful, but it's not illegal.
I mean, are you gonna sit there and tell me that these fucking game journalists didn't donate to Biden or Kamala or something along the way? Like, for real, you just probably just didn't mention it, and you're gonna stop supporting all these lefty people who donated probably massive amounts of money to lefty candidates? Like, it's just so stupid. So do you enjoy the product or not?
Right. And they have a right to say that, but it's just like, it really is.
I think it's virtue signaling nonsense for the most part.
Well, I think it's also just like, yeah, do I think Mitch McConnell's dangerous? Fuck yeah. He's awful. But
all right, that guy freaks me out a little bit. It's like I'm about as centrist as it gets, but that guy is Jesus.
So what? The guy, unless the guy's breaking the law. Look, I wish somebody on the left would play as hardball as McConnell is. And now the guys on the left are like, oh, I don't know if we're going to get rid of the filibuster. It's like, well, then you're a fucking bunch of pussies, because I guarantee you the Republicans would get rid of it in a heartbeat if it would benefit them.
I mean, it could benefit them at any point. Getting rid of the filibuster is a really fucking bad idea, though. Overall, bad fucking idea.
Well, I don't agree, but that's a different
I think it gums up the works an awful fucking lot, but that's the point, I guess.
Well,
our system's kind of fucky to begin with.
It is fucked. It is fucked. But that's we can have that conversation later. But yeah, Brad says he gave Mitch McConnell $5,000, but he also gave St. Jude's $500,000.
There you go.
It's like, people get to have different ideas as long as they're not, And again, I say I don't know anybody more progressive than I am. I mean, I fucking want to give plants voting rights. I don't care. All right, man. Well, I appreciate it. I'm going to take this and make this a separate conversation, because I think a lot of people would like to hear more a measured view of Gamergate. Because, I mean, do you think Gamergate got what they deserve then in terms of the reputation? Because that reputation right now is really
just total trash.
It's total trash, and a lot of people feel that it should be. I mean, do you agree that they made their bed and they shouldn't complain, or do you think that they were treated unfairly based on what they allowed their organization to become, because there was no leadership, because there was no PR?
I mean, that's the thing. You say organization, it's like, well, the whole point is it's not an organization. It's just a loose-knit group of people that came together for a common cause. Gosh, just shut the fuck up. Like, did you get anything done?
Right.
And at the end of the day, the only things I can see that were actually done, we got the Kunkel Awards created, which as of last year, or this year, is actually turning just into a standard SPJ Mark of Excellence in Gaming Journalism Award. If you're in journalism, getting a Mark of Excellence award in your category is kind of a big deal.
Okay.
It's like, I would like to see eventually, I read it took a sports writer 39, almost 40 years, something like that, to win a Pulitzer Prize. Right. Could you imagine a Pulitzer Prize being won by a video game journalist? Right now, probably the fuck not. But wouldn't it be really cool and interesting for the industry?
Sure.
If someone actually put out something that was worthy of a Pulitzer Prize.
Yeah.
It'd be great. But we're not going to see that in this climate, especially as politically charged as everything is, and it's the fucking mess. But we got the Kunkel Awards created. We got a bunch of ethics policies updated, implemented, changed. Like, that's a little thing, but at least it's
like
something.
what? Like, what does that even mean? Ethics policies.
Because there were, if you look at the video, I could talk about some other stuff with you about it. But just for example, like the affiliation with people. I mean, that's kind of a big no-brainer type of thing. It's like, oh yeah, I lived with this person. Oh, I used to date this person. I'm currently literally banging this person.
Okay.
But I'm not going to tell you about that in the article as I write positive feedback or tell you should play this game or do that. It's like, man, I don't care about that. I don't really care that you're banging the person I don't give a shit. But you're a journalist. Your fucking job is to disclose this sort of shit, because when people find out about it, guess what happens? It creates a big fucking mess, and it's like, this is so easily avoided.
Well, I think we can agree. I think we can agree that shouldn't happen. That they should disclose the stuff if there's a conflict of interest. But what did GamerGate do to fix that? There's no law. It's not like you can. I mean,
well, loosely, there's not a law, but there's an FTC regulation that I actually had a part in getting done. It's literally the affiliate disclosure thing.
Okay.
Started a while ago. Do you remember? It was when the Xbox One came out, the original one. There was this thing with Machinima and Microsoft. Machinima was set up this thing to tell influencers to, promote the product, but don't tell anyone you're promoting the product. Sign up through here. You get an additional CPM on your videos if you use this campaign tag, and sign up your YouTube channel through here, but don't tell anyone it's a paid promotion.
Okay.
Well, that's illegal. And Machinima got slapped with I think maybe a minor fine or something. But what ended up happening was that the FTC issued what was called a final consent order on it. And I actually have the link for you. It's in the description of the video I put up. And I was the one who leaked the contract, because I was like, there's no fucking way this is legal. There's something really weird with telling people to promote a product, but then don't tell people that you're being paid to promote it. I'm not a fucking genius, but I'm pretty sure that's fucked up.
But that law was already on the books. You guys just sort of brought it to their attention.
It wasn't, apparently. I guess not in online marketing. I guess it just didn't exist. So that's why they thought they could do it. But the FTC got wind of it, and they're like, look, you shouldn't be doing this sort of shit. So we're gonna turn this to an actual FTC regulation, slap you with some sort. I think it might have been a fine, like a small fine or something. But it was kind of a mess. What ended up changing, though, it had kind of long-ranging effects. Do you remember those articles? I don't know if you used to see these. I used to see these all the fucking time. 4, 5, 6 years ago, especially, they would be articles that were advertisements, but they were disguised as articles. You couldn't. They didn't say paid promotion. Have you noticed you don't really see those anymore?
Well, you see them, but they say ads. If you go to N4G, it's disguised to look like an N4G story, but if you look, it's it says advertisement.
Yeah, that stupid little thing where it's this is an ad that didn't used to be there, and it's there now because of me essentially releasing that thing, and that ended up taking a couple years to go through, but they're and they put out a whole guide. It's on the FTC site. I'd linked it on the thing.
Is that there because of you, or that's there because of GamerGate?
It's literally there because I made a stink about the Machinima and Microsoft thing, but I would attribute some of that. It was 2013. It was a good year before GamerGate, good 8 months or so, but it led into it because that was some of the things. If you go to deepfreeze.it, right, that site, and you look at some of the, it's basically just a list of. There's a bunch of stuff on there about GamerGate, but there's also a bunch of a list of journalists, and you can click on cataloged entries of things these journalists have done, gaming journalists mostly, that are fucked up things, and a lot of those people are going to be not listed on there for doing shit like that, where it's this is a paid promotion. Why didn't you disclose it? How does an editor-in-chief say, yeah, this is good, put this up? Shouldn't an editor-in-chief know this is shady, fucking weird shit?
Okay, so it sounds maybe I'm wrong, but it sounds like if somebody said you were one of the most serious people about the ethics and journalist aspect of GamerGate, would you say?
I don't give a shit about the other stuff.
Would you say that you would agree though that you were one of the biggest kind of voices and movers and shakers when it comes to that topic?
On that topic, but the issue is like the main thing that moved and shook Gamergate was the culture war stuff.
Right.
And
No,
it's like,
but,
so the ethics stuff got buried so fast, and we were just there's not too many of us that were still like, look, can we just get some shit done on the ethics and gaming journalism thing?
Right.
It's like we didn't need national news about this. We didn't need fucking Law and Order SVU creating a Gamergate episode. I just wanted maybe some policies updated, some people to come out and say.
That was my question then. So
this.
why was that? Why is that? I mean, it's not that I disagree with anything you're saying regarding those changes. I think they're important, but why was that important to you? Like, why did that matter so much to you specifically about that in the video game industry? Like, why did you? I mean,
I just have a knack for, not really a knack, like a tick, I guess. You know, I see something that's fucked up, and it's like, man, why? And it's such an easy, simple, fixable thing. And it's not like, oh, Medicaid or something. It's like, that's really complicated. I don't know how to fucking fix that. But this little tiny issue, come on, you can put in a disclosure like, hey, I know this person, but look, their game is still really good. And another thing was like all the political crap that was coming in, especially before Gamergate. The whole Anita Sarkeesian tropes versus women in video games shit was just nutty. Like, I mean, it's some nutty shit, and not 1 ounce of criticism was levied against her by mainstream gaming media. Not one fucking bit, and I thought that was a little weird. And if you started putting out like YouTube videos or anything and dissecting her work, you would be labeled as a fucking misogynist and sexist, whatever. The whole racism and other shit didn't really become a big thing until later. Back then, it was all feminism, sexism, misogyny stuff. Now everybody's a racist and white supremacist, even if they're black. That's just the way things are. But back then, those videos specifically, you couldn't talk about them in a negative light. The mainstream media would fuck you up. They created a Twitter bot to block anybody who disparaged it, basically, and you could be blocked by all the gaming journalists and whatever. And it's like, it's just so fucking stupid and petty. And it was so stupid and petty that you couldn't help but like mention to people how stupid and fucking petty it was. And so it was one of those things you talk about, and it just kept getting worse and worse and worse, and every day it was a new thing. It's like, oh, why are they doing this shit? Why can't you just have an honest conversation about this stuff? Like, I don't want shit to get worse. I don't want people to come into the industry, like Anita Sarkeesian, for example, and then essentially bully their way into game consultant roles, which is what she did. This whole thing was a fucking game consultant racket. It's just so stupid. I didn't understand why the game journalists would not just.
Well, what do you think? What do you think it was? Why do you think? Well, why do you think they were like that? Why weren't they willing to say, we agree? Because, you know, I've never really watched more than 5 minutes of Anita Sarkeesian. I reached out to her and said, hey, come on the show, because I think you would find, meaning Anita would find, that her and I have a lot in common if at least what I know about her is to be believed, which is, you know, I'm a male feminist. I believe in, you know, Gloria Steinem feminism. I don't, you know, a lot of people have different definitions now, but I believe in equality of the sexes and all that. I think a lot of people do.
Not so much for the third wave stuff.
I don't. I'm just like, it's too much definitions. Do I think men and women should be treated equal? Of course.
Yeah. Of course.
You know, but I was like, yeah, let's have a conversation. She of course hasn't gotten back to me, but
that's not gonna happen.
You know, why do you think the journalists were unable to say, of course we agree that if there are games that treat women poorly or express things poorly that maybe make women feel bad about themselves or give bad ideas to the world, those are good things to point out, but we also have these problems with Anita's video. Why couldn't they dissect it the way these YouTube guys were doing it, or girls were doing it?
It's probably a lot due to, you know, the YouTubers likely independent. They're not worried about pissing anybody off or their group of friends. But a lot of these people are interconnected. If you go back and look at Jonathan McIntosh and Anita Sarkeesian, I think he was her producer. Those guys were friends with a lot of people with IndieCade, and the whole indie gaming scene was, I don't know how it is now, but back then everybody learned everything about it because it was a big deal. There's a lot of corruption coming out of who gets the best indie game award at IndieCade or whatever, or gets highlighted for this, and there was a lot of friendships that got exposed and people tying things together, and it's like, well, if all these people are fucking friends and they're just advocating for each other constantly, That does the cream of the crop really, does it rise? do we get what's actually the best, or do we get what's told is the best? And like people who are actually making good shit, does it just die off and people give up? Who knows?
Well, I mean, look, I've been on. I was on for a while. Back in the day, I was on a number of those panels that voted for games, and I can tell you, it was that was the final straw for me of going. All award shows are stupid. Because there was no sense. There was no sense. The only ones I care about are now personal games of the year or personal top 10, because it's like, okay, that's one person's view. And if I consistently agree with that gamer, I'm going to care about what they have to say. But these things where you vote, it's not just political. It's virtue signaling, and it's petty. And a lot of people don't even finish or play most of the games that they're voting on. It's absolute horseshit.
Yeah, that's the other thing. There was this question, I don't know if it was a question or a video, an article, something going around lately, where it's like, should game journalists or people who review games even play them, or some shit going around?
I got, this I got a lot of shit for. It was a lady who I forget her name, Jean, who is I guess she's a career coach that. She also owns a company, a video game company, like a interactive storytelling company. But, excuse me, but she also coaches people to come into the industry. And she basically said something like, if you are, and I took the video down because she said she was getting harassed and stuff, but she said, if you are a game developer that doesn't play games, you're still valid. And I was pretty harsh, and I shouldn't have been. I just found it so offensively stupid. That I just kind of I said something like, this is a moronic take. I didn't call her a moron, but I said, and I apologize.
The idea is bad. Yeah.
I still think it's a dumb idea, but I could have, I didn't have any beef with her, and I should have approached it better, but whatever. But it very quickly devolved into, this idea of, the fact that she was a woman should have entered into my thinking about how and I was like going, why does people were literally coming at me? It's like, that's not the way you should address a woman in games. And I'm like, what does it matter if she's a woman or I had one of the most diverse teams in the industry when I had companies. I'm not opposed to anybody in games if they can do a great job. And a lot of times that's a woman. But I'm supposed to basically not respond to her comment as it being stupid because she's female? That doesn't mean, and I don't think she was asking for that either. But a lot of people just immediately ran into the fire like, I'll save you. And I'm like, we're just...
the White Knights, they're always there. They're always ready and willing.
Yeah, we're just fighting, man. We're just scrapping over, stupid shit, man. I don't fucking know. Yeah. But
that's
anyway,
really run a pile of them.
Well, I'm glad that you were able to get some stuff done. And again, the fact of the matter is, this conversation, which has been maybe an hour, 40 minutes, whatever, it was nuanced enough that anybody who listens to this would know I oppose so much about what Gamergate began to be associated with and is currently associated with today.
Became a shit show.
But the fact that I even had this conversation with you, and I'm just slowly learning to get over it. I'm slowly learning not to care, but my knee-jerk forever has been to address it. But there will be people now that are like, oh, see, Jaffe's pro Gamergate because I gave you compliments for some things. Who would disagree with what you got done? Those are good.
It's really simple shit.
Those are good things. Who would disagree with wanting the media to say, Sarkeesian has some great points, but maybe here's some points that aren't so great?
Yeah, can we offer just a little bit of criticism, and then when the criticism is levied, can we just not go down the road of, well, you only said that because she's a woman, or you think her idea is bad because she's a woman? It's like, I really could not give a shit who's throwing the idea out. I'm really kind of hyper focused on the intellectual aspect of what's being offered, and when you use footage like that Hitman clip was the worst one she ever put up. It had to be.
I didn't see that.
Do you remember the stupid Hitman thing?
No.
Oh God, it was. I'll try to brief it really quick. It was basically Hitman Absolution, I think. There was this part where there were a couple of exotic dancers off to the side. It was a side route. If you went over and messed up these girls, you would get penalized in game. So there was a direct, consequence for going over and smashing these girls up.
Okay.
Most of the people on YouTube who did playthroughs of this game or who were playing it at all, they're like, look, don't go over there and don't mess with them. Don't even the path is this way. Wait till the guard goes and then just ignore the girls and move on your happy way. Anita, of course, she takes the other route and goes over to the girls and messes them up and drags their bodies around, and she's like, look, you can use these women as objects. They're placed here so you can derive a sexually perverse thrill or some crazy language she used, and it's like, pretty much nobody's doing this, and if you do this, you get penalized for it. It's like, it's not a sexual deviant game. Like, it's Agent 47. Like, calm down. He's just trying to be stealthy. But it was really bad because it was one of the things she put up to be like, oh my God, the misogyny in the industry. Just look at this. You can go over and you can mess these girls up, and it's really terrible. But no one ever thought.
Look, I absolutely,
not an argument.
I hear what you're saying. I absolutely also. I think there is a lot of misogyny in games, but I don't necessarily think that what you've described, I haven't seen it, fits that bill. I think it's misogynistic in games. I had a bunch of people jump down my throat a few weeks ago when I was laying into a bunch of people for talking about Alloy. I'm sorry, I can't say her name. The woman from
no one can.
Horizon, and people are like, she's fat, and I'm like going, well, I don't think she is, but so what? If Guerrilla made a character and they want her to be a certain way and you don't like it, I respect that. Just don't play their game.
Yeah.
It's like, there's nothing wrong with normalizing different body types and different shapes. I agree that if you're going to make a power fantasy, if you're going to make something that aims to be super commercial, you probably, like Marvel Universe movies, you want to have the best looking people in those roles, but that's not the game they're making. There's a lot of misogyny that needs to be at least a light shown on it in the industry and the games that they make, but that doesn't mean everything's misogynistic. She called God of War misogynistic. I'm like, God of War is not misogynistic.
No doubt about it. I imagine she wouldn't.
Yeah.
But there's boobs. If you can see boobs, it's misogyny.
Right.
That's kind of rule 34, at least.
Yeah, I get it.
I mean, you can talk about games like Heaven's Sword. There's like this special move you can do where you're a woman. You're like a really hot fantasy warrior woman person. You can jump in the air and twist this dude up, and when you come down, you split his legs apart and stomp on his junk.
Right.
And it's like, is that not like a hatred of men thing? This is pretty obviously someone had to code that. It seems like a little overkill.
I think in that case there is a valid argument to say. I mean, I agree with you. I get your point, but I think all things aren't still equal, and I think a lot of women and feminists would say, yeah, but you're talking about a class or a group of people, which are the men, that have so much power that, yeah, it shouldn't be okay, but let's deal with the fact that women can't walk down the street right now without being catcalled, and they're literally scared to walk home at night because a lot of men are still being raised to be such assholes. That
depends where you are.
I know, but I'm just saying. But I hear you, and I agree with a lot of that, though. All right, man. Let me ask you a question, or I'll ask you offline. But I'm going to put this video up separately because I think people would like to hear just this part of the chat. I just need to get a sense of what your title would be and stuff. But I'll write you on YouTube or on Twitter. I'll get all that data.
Okay.
All right, man. Thanks for waiting. I appreciate the chat. It's very informative. Thank you, sir.
No problem. I'll be back.
All right, man. All right. I know Kane. Is it Kane? Kane Damo. Hey, Solid Snake. Thank you, buddy. Solid Snake dropped some more money. This guy is Monopoly Moneybags. He says, I Solid Snake, have returned. Thank you, sir. I've come to bring love, peace, and prosperity. Stay solid. Thank you, good sir. And then he comes back with ducats. He says, there's a man in a smiling bag. The owls are not what they seem. Without chemicals, he points. I don't know if you were giving us sort of World War II warnings about an invasion that's happening right outside our window. But if you are, I have news. I have not been briefed, and so I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. But your money spends just the same, and I will take it, and I will say thank you very much for that. I appreciate it, buddy. I don't know what to tell you. Kane, are you there? Dude, I know you keep saying you're ready. You're not coming in, baby. You're not coming in, Kane. I can't help you anymore. It's over. It's over. Kane.
You gotta sing him a song.
Right? What the fuck? Why can't this guy get on the show? He's been trying all day.
We've had a few people with problems getting on.
I don't understand.
I think they're shy.
No, I don't think he's shy. He's in the chat going, "Let's do it. I'm fucking ready." I'm like, well,
Could be problems with Discord. There's a lot of Discord shit going on today.
Is that right?
Oh yeah.
Let's try to bring in Nash. Are you there, sir?
Yeah, I'm here.
What's
Can
up?
you hear me fine?
I can hear you great. What's up?
Swag. All right. So honestly, it's not my talks wasn't really going to be about GamerGate.
Whatever. At this point, we're so in the weeds and off the. It doesn't mean the same thing. What do you want to talk about? I don't care.
Well, I agree with most everything that you say. I just feel that you can compose your arguments a bit better from the stuff that I saw from when I caught in. I just thought maybe, hey, I'll let you know some things that help me out when talking to people who are more, I guess you can say, conservative leaning or something like that when we talk about stuff like critical race theory or
Okay, go.
Yep. All right. So one thing that always gets me when the critical race theory talk starts is that people don't really it became a kind of a boogeyman kind of a thing. So like whenever that happens, whenever critical race theory comes up, you always have to make sure that they understand that critical race theory is not something that they're teaching, because this is what they make it sound like. They're teaching this to our children, or it's something that you're going to teach in high school or something, but it's a high academic class. It's a college course.
That's not accurate, though.
No, it is. The thing is,
it's absolutely it's not accurate. There are literally.
I want to make sure I know where you're going to go.
Well, tell me where I'm going to go.
Well, I believe what you're going to go is when stuff like and I always hate bringing this up, but when other like God, what do you call it? When other people try to use it in non-academic fields, like the whole Coca-Cola thing that happened involving what is her name? I feel so rude.
Kardashian. Right? The Kendall Jenner.
Kendall Jenner. I'm gonna assume that is her name, not remembering what it is. But yeah, she is. I'm not gonna lie, this is my personal opinion. I think she's just a grifter. She's just trying to use this to make some money here. Okay. But all that being said, I do want to say that, yeah, there are people trying to use this in that way in regular life, but honestly, it doesn't work that way. When you try to like make these academic what do you call it, teachings try and fit in PowerPoint presentations, they sound cold and come across really bad. Like if you try and make a PowerPoint version of the gender performativity theory, like gender performativity theory is actually very interesting, kind of cool. But if you try and point it out in some sort of PowerPoint presentation, going like, see, you are a woman and you are presenting yourself as a woman, all right? And that might not be what you really want to be, but blah, 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 blah. It doesn't come across as what it's meant to be. Sorry. So go ahead. Am I close as that's what you were talking, where you're going at?
There are a number of town halls that have been happening, and that's where this has all come from, where parents are showing up and debating whether or not critical race theory or aspects of it can be taught in the public schools. We're not talking about it at a college level. We're talking about it. Why would you have grown adults going to town halls saying, I don't want this taught to my children? It's like, it wouldn't be at a town hall. It would be at college. And it would be the students themselves that are grown adults. So no, these are actual, if you Google online and look at some of these, I mean, I'll show you one real quick on the internet. Where else would I show you? Hang on a second. Right, I mean, this is kind of the one that went viral, but you can find these all over. She was at, here it is. Mom insisting she's not a racist. So this is the one I'll show you.
Okay, I see where you're coming from here. You're talking about when parents are like in those PTA meetings explaining like why they don't need critical race theory taught in their classes, right?
Yeah, so that's what I'm talking about.
But Jaffe, like they aren't being taught in their classes in the first place.
Well, they're being proposed to be taught.
No, they're not.
Okay, well, hang on a second. A video of a white mother in Missouri insisting she is not racist for opposing her kids learning about racial justice has been watched over 500,000 times. Okay, hang on. The video was captured in Eureka during a Friday meeting from parents from the Rockwood School District about their concerns regarding the teaching of critical race theory, which is not even currently part of the school's curriculum. But many white parents raised alarms that their children were being confronted with the ideas they find uncomfortable, while some push for disregarding the discussion racial inequalities altogether. So clearly the parents are hearing that this stuff is being given to their kids by the school, even though, yes, it's not officially part of the curriculum. That's why they're having these conversations.
Yes, and that's that's what I'm trying to get in the first place. These are college courses. They're not being put into these schools for kids to learn. People think that because of, well, I don't know, the media. I don't know who to blame here.
Okay, well,
but they're
okay. Then that's fine. Then, so you're saying that all these people who showed up to hear this woman say this,
just because I do not want critical race theory taught to my children in school does not mean that I'm a racist, damn it.
Yeah, it actually does. But that said, though, why would they show up and have this conversation? Do you think they just were lied to?
I honestly think that is the case. And I'm sorry to sound. I don't think this is conspiratorial at all, but I can understand why more conservative leading parties in our government. And I want to make sure that you understand that when I say this, I do not blame the people. Like, when I think that the Republican Party sucks, I'm not saying that people who vote Republican suck. I just think that, the political party sucks.
Okay.
Same thing, I feel the same with Democrats, but, I always go for, like, lesser two evils. But, yeah, there is benefits to making people believe that, yes, your children are going to learn critical race theory, and critical race theory is teaching their children to think that because they're white, they are racist, which it's not. Remember, whenever someone wants to start a conversation with you about critical race theory, you want to first start with asking them, do you know what critical theory is? And you might get one of three answers. You might them saying, no, I don't know what that is. 2, yes, I do know what that is. And 3, I don't care. The problem is with I don't know and I don't care is that they cannot really have that. It proves that they do not know what they're talking about with critical race theory. Because critical theory is this. Critical theory is just going back in our history, seeing what divided us and everything that we can see, like I'm sorry if I'm not that great of a talker here, but it's showing through our history what divided us, what social changes has done all throughout since the beginning of the United States to what we are now, through the lens of class, through class involving money and sex and a few other things. Critical race theory is the same thing, literally the same thing what I said, except now it's being looked through the lens of race. That's all it is.
Okay.
And again, it's not being taught to these children. And the thing is, you were you heard this so much that even you believed, again, just now, that, these might be being taught to our children in high school or whatever. And you want to make sure you push that these are not being pushed in high school. Critical theory is critical theory is a thing, and critical race theory is just a part of it. And these are just high academic college courses. That's what you want to make sure you lead on.
Okay, but I'm literally looking at a website right now that talks about K through 12, where they're talking about some of these schools are starting to seriously discuss teaching this in their classrooms.
Well, you're talking about the 1619 project.
No, I'm talking about both. I'm talking about both. I know the 1619 project, even though it's different, is still very similar, But I'm also up here talking about critical race theory in American classrooms. I agree with you right now. You may not find a lot of it in public schools, but they're not. It's definitely. I mean, unless all these articles are bullshit, they're saying that they're definitely trying to get it brought to schools.
If that's true, that to me is crazy. Not because it's critical race theory, blah blah blah. It's because again, that's a really really high class course. It's a course in sociology.
Sure, but you're talking at that point. You're talking about you're kind of talking about semantics, right? I mean, ultimately, I think what people who want, and I've said this before, I don't agree with all of critical race theory, but the idea, the fundamental aspect of critical race theory that says that there is racism that is baked into the foundation of the country because of slavery and genocide, that's something that we should stop shying away from, and we should make sure that our students at the appropriate age are aware of. I'm not suggesting that the high level academia aspects of it need to be taught to kids in junior high and things like that. But I do think I do think a lot of parents would not have a problem if we stopped teaching a sort of horseshit whitewash version of the founding of America.
I agree with you there. So you're saying like you'll be comfortable with they would use some elements, very very small kind of broader elements of critical race theory to be taught in your classes, not the full on sociology freaking here college course style thing. I get what you're saying, and I do agree with you.
I don't know if you've seen the movie on Netflix 13th about the 13th Amendment and about how racism and policing and the prison incarceration and stuff. I would have no problem if at a high school level or maybe an advanced junior high level they said, we're going to show you this movie, but then we're also going to show you maybe a movie that says this is bullshit. Even though I don't think it's bullshit at all. But a lot of people would be like, we do want to teach critical thinking. And there are some people that don't believe that America is founded on racism. And let us show you. I don't agree with that, but fuck it. Let's show you both so you can make your own opinion. I'd be down with that.
I want to say, if I can move, and I feel like I don't want to sound like I'm jumping around too much, but it is linked to what we were talking about, but it is something I do also want to point out, because you did come across it one or two times during this stream. And I want to make sure, you also know, a kind of quick little, defense or trick. I hate calling it a trick, but as a person who has had these conversations with a lot of people, family and stuff like that, this does help me in these situations. Okay. I think about 2 interviews ago, you had a talk with a person that didn't agree that, like what you said, America does have systemic racial issues, and you asked them, well, why, despite the fact that black people only 13% of the population, they get arrested for 50% of incarcerations or whatever.
Right.
And their defense on that was, if you have to boil it down to its root, he said that it was because of their culture, right?
Right.
That the thing is, I wish you could have attacked that a bit more, so you can see what do they mean by that.
I know exactly what they mean by that.
Well, for your audience, I would say this to really open it up, because I hate and love this argument because it's kind of quick to get where it's going. Because when they say culture, you immediately have to go, all right, what makes their culture bad?
Yeah.
Now, then there can only be 2 options here. One, it could have been systemic issues, meaning your father was poor because your grandfather was poor because he couldn't either buy or sell a house, and their great grandfather was a slave.
Right. That's exactly right. That is how I explained it today on the stream when somebody said that.
Mm-hmm. The second option that they would have to go to, if all they do is wrap around back to culture, would be them saying it's some sort of genetic issue,
right?
And then that becomes a racist thing,
right?
And that is like a quick way, just quick little cheat.
That's not a cheat. That's exactly what I said. I talked about the 1930 Social Security Act. I talked about the buying homes and how 2/3 of black people weren't allowed to buy homes and thus build wealth in the country. I talked about the crack cocaine discrepancy of sentencing black men to prison at a substantially higher rate than white men were sentenced to prison for powder cocaine. And in that, you create a system where you call it culture, but I think anybody who was thrown into that system would have a higher rate of fatherlessness and criminal activity, because you're basically forcing people into poverty with these choices. That's what I said. That's what I said.
The tough part about these talks, depending on who you're talking to, is the fact that even though you bring these, you bring that out, they can still come to wildly different conclusions.
Well,
I'll give you a small. What do you call it? When it's my personal situation that I've been in, a anecdote, I guess you could say. Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Where that does happen, I was at a friend's house, and their mother is very sweet, nice lady, but she is very conservative in her views. Which normally I won't say is a bad thing, but she would say some things that I would go like, ma'am, that's pretty bad. She once asked me during the whole COVID pandemic, she goes, hey, you know all about this. Why do black people have more, get COVID easier than other people? And I gave her the main facts. It's because most African-American households are multi-generational, which means you have fathers with their grandfathers and uncles living in the same house because you don't have enough money to get like proper housing. You tell them, well, most African Americans in the United States work in what they call essential jobs and stuff like that. And her response to this is saying, oh, so black people just don't know how to take care of themselves as well. And yeah, that's the tough bit. It's even though you bring out these, legitimate facts, people will just construe it in their own mind to mean something else.
Because they're racist.
Everyone's a little bit racist, but
if you think,
and I do believe it.
If you think a black person is fundamentally less capable than a white person of taking care of themselves, then you're fucking racist.
Yeah.
Right?
And that's very true. And that's the tough bit where you try to, like, no matter how much you try to make them understand, give it, I don't know, the history or how they grew up or what they were born with or something. They just believe in that way. And that's kind of sucks. I am a very, very, very leftist kind of dude. And I'm very happy when I watch these streams of yours, even though I get afraid sometimes. When I see the people that you're talking to are very much right-leaning, but you are, obviously doing your interviews to bolster your side of the of this stuff.
Well, or to be educated. I mean, look, they're
to be educated.
I'm more than okay going, oh shit, I was wrong. I've done that before. People have said that was sexist. I'm like, shit, you're right. I didn't mean to say that. I appreciate you pointing it out.
Well, very true. I do agree there. But what I do like about it is that when I see your chat and most people are on your side, when I feel that they should be on your side, it gets me kind of happy. It shows that, okay, he's cultivating a pretty cool group of people. You heard that chat? You all seem like pretty awesome people.
Most of the audience is pretty good, but that's because Rob the Mod keeps them in line. Rob the Mod's a professional hitman. He'll go to their house and fucking kill them. All right, buddy.
Don't let him trick.
You goddamn
right,
right,
man.
You goddamn right. Thank you, sir.
I had a fun talk with you. I love you, and kisses. Bye.
Okay, thank you, sir. I appreciate it. All right, fellas. Now listen, real quick. I want to get to something somebody's saying in the chat. 44 to somebody. Gillick says it's racist to think black people can't take care of themselves. The argument is the exact same argument against black people getting an ID. No, it's not. This is what I'm saying. It's just like, no, it's not. Why are you? It's no, and but you won't listen. But I'm going to try real quick. Of course, a black person could jump through hoops, or a lower income person could jump through hoops, of which the majority of them compared per capita in inner cities are black people or Mexican people versus Caucasian people, could jump through hoops to get it. They shouldn't have to. You shouldn't. If the real issue of the voter ID is because you want to make sure that the elections are fair, you should make it easy as fuck to acquire a voter ID as long as you can prove that you're an American. The idea that, oh, it should be hard. Yes, it is jumping through hoops. You have to spend money. You have to go down. You have to wait in line. You have to take time off work to get it. You have to, it's not, it should be, if you're an American citizen, you can pick one up at your nearest post office, or you can have it mailed to you, or whatever. Okay? The fact that we can vaccinate people with a system means that we can fucking get people on voter IDs. I don't think anybody is opposed. Nothing is wrong with voter ID, Brett. What's wrong with voter ID? You know what? You're a fucking racist, dude. You're a fucking racist. He says, if you make it too easy, then you incentivize fraud. No, you don't. No, you don't. Okay? To get a voter ID, yes, I understand you as a white person. Guys, I'm sorry. You just don't want to see it. You don't want to see it. I can't help you. I cannot help you see it. You have to take, where do you go to get the voter ID card? Most people have to go to the DMV. You think the DMV is open on a Sunday? A lot of people work 6 days a week. You think it's okay to have to vote on a day you have to work, get time off? That in itself is classist. Okay? I owned my company. I gave everybody the day off when it was a vote day. Not every company, most companies don't do that. You think the guy working at Taco Bell can take time off to go pick up a voter ID card? Of course not. You think the guy at Taco Bell has the $40 to process it, or the $40 to take an Uber to go downtown to the closest place he can get it? Any and everything that you do to make it harder to vote is a problem. Okay, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what then. You know what? I'll tell you what. Let's take some things that are historically easier for black people to do. I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem if you want to say that black people are better dancers on the whole than white people. They are. Black people tend to be better dancers than white people. I don't call it racist. It's true. It's from my experience. If you can't dance well, you don't get a voter ID. What? Of course it's stupid what I'm saying. But it's supposed to be stupid, because the idea that you want to make it difficult, like you have to pass it, just give people the ability to vote. Fucking Republicans are scared as shit for people to vote. Why can't we vote on Sundays? Why can't you hand out water? Why can't you eat food in line? Why are they cutting hours for people to vote? Come on. How do you act like this isn't real? Why have the Republicans consistently shot down a national holiday to vote so people don't have to worry about getting off work? Insane. Just own it. Own that you want your team to win. And you can even be not racist and you just want your team to win. But just fucking man or woman the fuck up and own it. And say, yeah, I know, I just want the Republicans to win. That's at least fair. That's at least fair, but it's not okay, but at least you're being honest. Getting an ID is not difficult. Well, let's take a look at it. Let's see how easy it is to get a voter ID, okay? I know in California, it's going to be a pain in my ass. Let's see, California, how to get voter ID California. And I'm supposed to have one in October. I did do my research. I'll tell you exactly what the Georgia law said. Give me a second. Okay. Voter ID. Okay, hang on. California voter ID guide. Nope. I need the card. How do I get the card? Hang on. Voter identification. Okay. No, that's to vote. How do I get ID card? Let's just say. ID cards. How to apply for an ID card. Here we go. I didn't say black people didn't have ID cards. Not the point. Real ID card. As of May 2023, you must present a federal compliant ID, such as a passport, military, or real, to get on a flight or enter certain federal buildings. Standard. You must have, they'll no longer be acceptable. And they're saying they want to use this also to get voting. Okay. Complete a driver's license or ID card application. Visit a DMV office, so you can't do it by mail. Pay the non-refundable application fee. So you have to go to a place and you have to pay. There are reduced fee cards. You may be eligible to pay a reduced application fee if you meet income requirements. You still got to go down to the DMV. Why would this be okay? Why would this be okay? Right, I agree. Somebody in the chat says if every American citizen voted, it would be a fair fight. Republicans don't want this. Goddamn right. You goddamn right. I didn't say you shouldn't need it to vote. I don't have a problem. You're not listening. You're just simply not listening. You are so tied up in your agenda for supporting this that you're not really listening. I'm not against having a voter ID. I don't think it's necessary, but let's assume I can live with the fact that I could be wrong about this, and that having a voter ID card is or a real ID card is important. Okay, fine, and not a problem. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm saying, and I'm not saying, Rudra. See, this is what the deal is. You guys just don't. You're not. Is it that you're stupid? And I don't mean that disrespectfully, but maybe you got rocks in your head. Roger says, if a voter ID is racist, why do countries everywhere have it? I didn't say it was racist. I didn't say having a voter ID is bad. Okay? I'm saying making a voter ID costs money and making you go somewhere to get it is the problem. You haven't proved how going to the DMV is difficult. I'm sorry, if you don't know what a pain in the ass it is to go to the DMV and give up 1 to 4 hours of your day to wait in line, you're a fucking moron. Or you live in a place, I mean, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? In the States, you got to pay fees and go to a person office that's not open at convenient times for a working family, right? Why would this be a problem? Kevin Duffy, thank you so much for the super chat, buddy. I appreciate it very much. I mean, I'm serious. Why do you have to show an ID to vote? Yes, you do. No one is opposed to being able to show an ID. But why can't we make them free? And why can't we make them given to people in a way that they don't have to go somewhere and leave work? I'll tell you what, if we give that much of a shit about voter fraud, and that's what this is about, let's make a holiday. Okay? Let's make 3 days in 3 years, or every off year when there's not an election, that's the day you can go get your voter ID. Okay, and we'll have them all over town, so you don't have to go to the DMV. You can go to the same places you go to vote. And then when there's an election, you have to have a voter ID. Why don't we make it easier? Right? But you don't want that. That's the goddamn truth. They should be free, and they should be able, if you have to go in person to get it, you should be able to go to your polling place and get it, and it should be a day off every day, November 2nd or 4th or 3rd, whatever day it falls on, the Tuesday. First Tuesday in November in America should absolutely be free, and it should be a holiday. And if the holiday falls on an election, then it's to vote. You don't have to vote, but you should. And every time it's not an election, you're able to go get an ID. I understand you can go get an ID any time of the year. I know. You know what? Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you. You're not smart enough, Rudra, to have this conversation with me. You're just not. And that's not an insult. You might be young. You might not like to read. I don't fucking know what your life is. But if you literally, at this point, are continuing to assume what I'm saying is that you don't need an ID, I can't help you. This conversation's a waste of air. Right, Sumo says, I sleep in a house. People shouldn't be homeless. Robert Draper says, Republicans created the myth that voter fraud is a thing. When voter fraud was investigated under Trump, they didn't find anything and quietly shut it down, the investigation, of course. How does one prove their identity to receive a proof of identity card by not going somewhere? I didn't say, Chongo, don't go somewhere. I think that's great. Yeah, go somewhere. But make it easy to go somewhere. Don't make people lose their fucking, jobs and shit. I mean, you literally have proof in this country that there are executives that would prefer their people vote a certain way. So it's better for their... Look at... Oh, God. Brett says nothing was investigated. Really? God. How hard is this for you? How hard is it to... How easy is it to remain stupid? Let's find out, shall we? It's easy, Brett. Watch this, pal. I'm going to make this easy for you. I'll do the work for you. You don't even have to do it. Trump voter fraud investigation finds no evidence. Let's just see what happens with that. Trump report. Trump commission did not find widespread voter fraud. That's the AP. Who do you trust? Who would you like to trust? You tell me what news source that you think. I mean, that's the goddamn AP, one of the most trusted news sources in the world. But fine, I'll go with your people, baby. Who do you think we should be trusting on this? Anyone? Yeah, of course you're out. Of course you're out because look, I'm out later. You goddamn right you're out because you do not want to actually know the truth. Let's look at Fox News. Let's look at Fox News. Let's see if maybe let's just say, I mean, how Fox News has got to, come on. Barr, Attorney General Barr, DOJ yet to find widespread voter fraud. Chris Wallace, there's no evidence of voter fraud. Disputing Trump, Attorney General says there's no widespread. What? Even Ben Shapiro says there's no voter fraud. And your answer is, I'm out. Well, fuck you then, man. I don't want people to agree with me, Brett. I'm literally saying, though, that you are saying this isn't true. I'm showing you it's true. What article? Link me an article. Here's the first one on the AP. The now disbanded Voting Integrity Commission, launched by the Trump administration, uncovered no evidence to support claims of widespread voter fraud, according to an analysis of administration documents released Friday. In a letter to Vice President Mike Pence and Kansas Secretary of State, who are both Republicans and led the commission, Maine Secretary of State said the documents show there was a preordained outcome and that drafts of a commission report included a section of evidence of voter fraud that was glaringly empty. It's calling into the darkness, looking for voter fraud, he said. There is no real evidence. You said nothing was investigated. It's right here. It was an investigation led by Mike Pence, the fucking vice president. How was there nothing investigated? Brett, not Brad. I don't mean Brad. No, of course not. That doesn't mean there isn't potential. Of course. Yeah, again, yes. Gulick. Yes. Of course. Again, I'm not arguing about not having voter ID. Let's have voter ID. Let's make it free. Because otherwise you're charging people to vote. Think about that. So now I'm going to believe what Pence says? Yeah, in 2018, I will believe what the vice president and the Kansas Secretary of State, who were both Republicans, said. Who would you like me to believe, sir? If I can't believe the Republican vice president who serves Donald Trump, who actually founded the commission because he believed there was voter fraud, who should I believe? The articles are screwed up, says Chongo. I bet there's no link to the report. Chongo, you know I love you, buddy. You know I love you, buddy. And again, would I put it past the government to be as shady as you're proposing? Of course not. But those articles that I'm pointing out are myriad. You bet there's no link to the report from Pence. Well, I don't know if that's true, but even if it was, is that, you know, is that what you're saying, that you only? Well, here you go. By the way, here's the page. 1 second. Gullick says he wants to maintain the safety of elections. Sure. And fight suppression. Sure. The federal holiday register day you had was great. Doesn't compromise elections. Sure. But guess what? I wasn't the one who thought about it. Let me show you who thought about it. Voter holiday, America, GOP votes against. Let's see, not Juneteenth. I don't want that. No, not Juneteenth. No, why is Juneteenth coming up? Voter. Oh, I see why. Voting Day National Holiday. Why not make Election Day a national holiday? Okay. Let's see. With just about 6 in 10 voters turning out to vote, some civil rights advocates are arguing it's about time to give Americans a day off to vote. The U.S. lags behind the country's blah, 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 ranking 26 out of 32 nations in terms of people who vote. Okay. There's a need to make it more accessible, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Declaring Election Day has been proposed various times in Congress. It's a popular idea. In 2018, a Pew study found 65% of Americans favored making it a holiday, but there has been a lack of political will to give the initiative momentum. Bernie Sanders has tried. He introduced the Democracy Day Act in 2018. The bill has no co-sponsors, but the concept was supported by every Democratic candidate for president, including Mike Bloomberg. We should be making it easier for people to vote, not harder. I'm looking. Somebody tell me why this hasn't happened, because the Republicans consistently say they don't want it. They don't want it. Let's look at, I mean, I don't know what to tell you guys, man. Right? Trump pressured Georgia. I don't know what to tell you guys. It's you know, it's one thing, like I said, we'll wrap this up. It's one thing, like I said, if you want to just own it, and, you know, and say you don't like black people, or even say you don't know if you don't like black people, but maybe you're racist. Is the issue companies couldn't afford to shut down? Then give up another holiday. Let's give up let's give up Martin Luther King Day, or let's alternate it. Right? You only have to vote twice every 2 once every 2 years. I'm sure if Martin Luther King were alive, he would say, you know what, celebrate me every other year. And make sure, if you want to really celebrate Martin Luther fucking King, then I guarantee you he would much rather you be giving everybody the day off to go vote. If it's really an issue, if we already have too many federal holidays, not a problem. Let's give that one up. Bullshit. You still haven't proven how it's more difficult for black people to get an ID. Yeah, Augie, I have. Yeah, I really have. There are, in a lot of the Democratic strongholds where people vote Democratic, the lower income people who would have more of a burden to acquire this ID are black folks and Mexican folks, okay? And thus, it is harder for them. But it doesn't even matter. It's low income. People who would generally vote for Democrats tend to be not the lowest income. That tends to be in the South, like Louisiana. They would vote Republican. They don't have to do anything. Gullick says, sure, but people would be pissed they had to do something on their day off. Yeah, well, you don't have to vote, but it would be nice if you did. Anyway, I can't convince you, man. All I can do is, maybe somebody out there is listening and says, oh, that's a good point. Never thought about it that way. Never thought about it that way. Yeah, voting should be easy. Okay. We've been at it for a while, fellas. This chat, thank you, Kevin Duffy, for the super chat, buddy. I very much appreciate it. Both of them, I appreciate it. Thank you guys very much. Thank you, Rob the Mod. Listen, this particular chat is going to go away now. Like I said, this is not going to be part of my channel. I don't like to I don't like to do this all the time. We're going to get back to video games. I'm probably going to stream some games tonight. E3 really threw me for a loop with schedules. We'll be back to normal Gavin games next week. Whether you agree or disagree, I appreciate you being here. I appreciate you throwing your hat in the ring. It takes a lot of balls to do that, and thank you for that, even if we disagreed. If I called you a moron and you're an idiot, though, yeah, you probably are. I mean, that's the goddamn truth. If I'm willing to come to a conversation in good faith and learn something and open my mind to your points, and I think I've proven that over the years that I am, and you're not, you probably shouldn't be here anyway. I'm okay with that. That doesn't mean Republicans shouldn't be here. That doesn't mean Trump reporters shouldn't be here. That doesn't mean people who I absolutely disagree with shouldn't be here. But if you're not willing to come in good faith, I would much rather you go somewhere else where you can just, kindly fuck off. Fellas, I'm so tired. This was fun, though. I hope you guys had a good time, too. Thanks for hanging in there with me. I'll see some of you tonight on a game stream, and I'll see the rest of you guys really soon. We can't agree with that. And Ecom says E3 sucked. Can we all agree? Yes. But we're going to talk about that on the next actual Gabbin' and Games. I have a whole thing. prepared.